What's going on?
Somebody's been shot.
I can't fathom going into a yard to cut down a dead tree and have your neighbor come out and shoot you.
Did you guys catch that, him?
It was your neighbor, right?
Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah. He shot him like 5 times.
That woman's husband was shot to death right in front of her by their neighbor. Ted Block was a husband and a father. He had a family who absolutely loved him, and his life was tragically and unexpectedly cut short during an argument with his neighbor. Deputies in Hamilton County, Ohio, right outside of Cincinnati, got a 911 call about some type of domestic trouble. What they found when they arrived was unbelievable.
There's heavy verbal trouble. Our call taker is trying to get the family member to go.
I think it's next door. What's going on? What's going on?
Somebody's been shot.
Okay. Was it you? Let me see your hands. Your hands.
Got him?
Yeah. What's your name?
You've been SWAT in.
Where's the gun at? Where's the gun at, man?
The man the deputies cuff is Cole Hornsby, but as you saw, he's not saying a word. Here's a view of another deputy arriving at the scene around the same time.
Move, you
92 update. I'm about probably a minute and a half out.
Okay, that sounds like the suspect is still on scene. There's heavy verbal trouble. Our call taker is trying to get CPR has stopped.
That's all right. Danny's just in front of me.
Okay.
Yes. Got him? Yeah. Sector 32. Set of squad.
Can you repeat?
He was in the squad in the County West supervisor.
I'm going to see Integra for squad, starting supervisor.
982, I was clear on the traffic response.
982, I'm back to 87. You can give it a guard, I'll be responding. 987, that's clear. 982, did you copy?
I did. If you would send me the details.
Clear.
15, you on the scene to advise that the male secured.
Stay. Back.
It's still on males in custody.
Is he breathing?
We're the squad's in route.
Male is in custody.
The squad's in route. Is this your husband?
No, that's my stepdad. Is he breathing?
Just hang out there for 1 second,
Is he
okay?
breathing?
I'm going to check him real quick, all right? Just hang out right there, okay? You would have somebody come and talk to her before she run. That's stepdaughter.
The deputy is securing the back of the house where Ted Block's body is laying. His stepdaughter. She's absolutely distraught, as you saw, trying to figure out if Ted can be saved. At the front of the house, the first deputy on scene is taking care of Cole Hornsby, who doesn't say much, but then he gets a little mouthy.
987, that's clear. 982, did you copy?
I did. If you would send me the details.
Clear.
Got it? Yep.
15, you on the scene to advise that the male secured. It's still on males in custody.
Officer male is
Over
in
there.
custody. At 1822, we've got a supervisor in route and squad has been advised to respond in.
This is mine right here.
Are you hurt at all? How you doing, man?
Huh? I'm taking everything you got.
You heard it all? What do you mean?
Get in the car.
Put my belt back on, man.
Yeah, get in the car.
Why are you taking my belt off?
Because I'm taking everything you got.
No, you're not.
Sit down.
Jesus Christ, dude. You're not taking everything I got.
They're in the side yard next door. Next one over. Next one over.
Side yard?
Yeah, over here next door, behind this house.
Hey, hey, go down. Go down. Go down. Go down.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm looking. Right here. No, I need shears. Ma'am,
I understand that, but right now they got to work with them, okay?
we're gonna work.
Breathing.
Just come sit with me. Okay.
I just had pulmonary hemorrhage. My kid. I can't breathe.
Look at the monitor.
We're gonna come here and sit down, okay?
Oh my God. Is he breathing? I don't know. They won't listen.
We're gonna stay here, okay?
Did you guys catch that him?
Yes. It was the neighbor, right?
Yeah, he had black shirt,
short hair.
jeans. Yeah, he shot him like 5 times. He's. Is my husband breathing? Please, he's doing it now. I can't.
We're gonna keep walking.
I want to be over there.
I know, but right now, you gotta let them work, okay? I'm gonna sit you down over here on the porch, okay? Stay right here, okay? I know. Do me a favor, okay? What I need you to do is put your hands on top of your head. Put the phone down for a minute.
I can't. I can't breathe.
The deputy tries to console Ted Block's wife. Her husband has just been shot, and there's nothing that she can do, but she tells the deputies what happened.
Can you keep her over here?
Yeah, I got you, man.
Hey, Yeager, do me a favor. This is wife here. Can you just make sure she stays over here? Yeah. She's got a breathing problem. She's on oxygen on a portable one right now. I don't need for her. Not yet. She just needs to sit down. Okay. Stay there for a minute. Hello. Yeager, that his wife's right there. Okay. Stay there. I'll get the tape.
Is anybody else out here?
No, she just got here. She was dropping my granddaughter off.
You were here?
Yeah, I was right there. Yeah, I took off running because he pulled out a gun and started shooting.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Like you're not hit or anything, right?
No.
You guys want to hang out with her for a minute. You probably need to get a statement from her at some point. I'm sure they will take her to CIS.
Yes.
Is he coming back too?
No, I'm not sure what the medics are doing. I know that the bad guy's in custody right now, so I'm not sure what the medics are doing.
They're not telling us anything.
Well, they don't know anything yet.
I gotta go over here. Hey, my car's locked and they're trying to talk to me.
Okay, that's
Give me a sec. What do you need? Harrison's got tape now. They're going that side at least. Wide as we can go.
Why do we got her contained, I guess?
For now, as best we can.
Okay.
They're starting to tape on over there, so we're good. Oh, honestly, it's connected all the way.
The deputies will come to find out that Cole Hornsby, the man that they took into custody, lives next door to Ted Block and his wife, Chrissy.
And then you got to go all the way around this garage right here, because I think that's where he lives.
Okay.
Any Green Township, you know, have the CDID Township.
Yeah. Should. I don't know how far away he's gonna go.
Did they scoop him and go, or did
812 on
Huh?
there.
are they still working him?
Yeah. You mind standing here while I walk this and try to get him some more leeway?
812, what's your go?
As deputies secure the crime scene, another deputy sits with Ted Block's wife, since she is a witness.
Is that his phone right there, ma'am?
Yeah.
You might just put it on the clipboard till the detectives get here.
Huh?
Just throw it up here till the detectives get here, that way.
It was in the house.
I know. Just in case they want to see it. Okay, they won't ask me if you can have it. Okay?
Huh?
They won't ask me if you can have it. I'll ask you if you can have it, okay?
But I mean, it was in the house. Why?
It might be important for the investigation.
There's nothing in there. He didn't even have it on him. He's never talked to that dude ever a day in his life, like on the phone. He's dead. Yeah, our neighbor shot him. Yeah. Don't tell his kids yet. I gotta call his mom.
The scene is controlled chaos. Chrissy Block appears to be in shock as she calls people to let them know that Ted was killed, and family members arrive.
Hey guys. I think the detectives might want to talk to you guys. They're on their way.
We weren't here at all when it happened. Like, we showed up after.
Who all saw it? Anybody?
Just her. We showed up and she came in and told us to get inside.
Okay, so was this her son or?
This was her husband. Yeah, I'm from Goshen. We were just bringing her daughter up here, but we're taking her to the mom's right now.
Okay. Do they have all your contact information?
Yeah.
I know. Okay, Robert, I'm getting up here. I'm bringing her to you. Where's your mom?
Are you guys family or?
I'm hopefully.
Okay, and that's your mom? Nobody saw anything for real?
No, genuinely, we showed up and she came running outside and told us to get inside that he had been shot.
Alright. No, I came up after you guys did, so I know I was told to watch you guys, make sure you guys stay here. Just give me a second, okay? Just don't go anywhere yet. Let me find out if you guys are together, okay?
A short time later, the deputy gets the story from a woman who spoke with Chrissy Block.
Just take your time, okay? Take your time. One breath at a time right now, okay?
Unknown caller.
Okay.
Not pit bull.
The boxers?
English.
English bulldogs?
Yes, but she said they're not friendly.
Okay.
Except for her, of course. I can't fathom going into a yard to cut down a dead tree and have your neighbor come out and shoot you.
Is that what happened?
She says, I think his name is Mark. Apparently,
So there's this tree right here.
this tree here is in their yard. He was going out to cut it down because you can see it's dead.
Yep.
And the guy came out, and I guess in the past, he's tried to hit her with a bow and arrow. Well, today he came out and started a fight, according to his wife. she came out to find out what's going on. His wife came out to find out what's going on, and he went and got a gun. And he said, put the gun away. This isn't anything you need a gun for.
Right.
And then he shot him, I guess, 3 times from what she said. And she's the one that called 911. And she said, I don't know where his wife went. Is she still there?
She saw the whole thing?
She did. Yeah, and she called 911. Yeah. So I thought, and she goes, when she was talking to somebody on the phone, she goes, I think his name is Mark.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you don't even know your neighbor's name, and he killed your husband for cutting down a dead tree?
Very odd.
Yeah, she said that she thinks that he came back from the military and was really not right in the head. And I'm like, well, you would have thought his own wife would have said, put the gun down. You know?
Yep. You would have thought.
This. Shoot, who did I talk to? The one that does the Explorers program in that terrible. I can't think of his name.
Okay.
I want to say Tom Canada is not Tom. But anyway, oh, that's mine. This is yours.
All right, thank you.
She says to me, his mom isn't going to make it through this. His mom lost a son to brain cancer 7 years ago, and this is her only other son, and there's nothing wrong with him.
So this is all of her contact information.
So that's the mother-in-law, Sherry Whitmer. Okay. And I said, you know, you're through enough today. I think the police will notify her if you don't want to. Yeah, they would. And it may be better that way. And she said, oh, that would be wonderful if you did that. I'm like, you don't need to be calling your mother-in-law, who's an old lady living in Butler County by herself, and she's got nobody with her. No. You know. I can't imagine seeing somebody pull a gun on her husband who's cutting down a tree and killing her.
Yep, start off innocent. Innocent action. So all this started over cutting down a tree? Do you know the neighbor at all?
I mean, they've had problems before, and they've called the cops on them before.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, maybe 2 or 3 months ago. And we heard that he just got out of prison and everything, and he doesn't have his mom. But other than that...
Has he ever made any kind of gestures or threats towards you when you're here?
No. But my mom, he's pointed a bow and arrow at my mom before. And I think that's when they called the cops.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think he... Not at all.
How long have they lived there?
He just moved in. He just got out of prison.
So it was recent, like 3 months ago. That's how it started when he moved here.
Yeah.
Wow. I heard he's got a wife too. Have you guys seen her at all?
No.
I wonder if she's okay in the house.
I've never seen him have a wife. I've never seen anybody besides him.
Eventually, Chrissy Block comes back outside and answers the deputy's questions.
Does anybody talk to that coward neighbor over there?
Which one?
They said they couldn't find her. She was right there when it happened.
Okay, so I guess I got lost in translation. I was assuming it was his wife. So a female lives in the house?
Yeah.
And he lives in the white garage?
Yeah. He harasses her. She came outside and said, I'm terrified of this guy. He's got a gun.
Okay.
So that's why
that was today too?
Yeah. That's why my husband went over there. Because we all heard the gunshot, and she walked outside like freaking out.
Well, I know they were trying to preserve the crime scene as much as possible before the detectives got here. So I know that regardless, by the end of all this, she'll be talked to. So.
She was right there.
Did she leave?
I don't know. I fell. Right when my husband got shot, I fell on the ground.
Yeah.
And then he took off and started calling 911 and ran inside.
Did he run off anywhere when it happened?
Yeah, he took off that way, and then I came inside. I came inside and called 911, and I peeked out my back door, and he was shaking my husband. He came back.
Yeah. So he ran off down the street or through the field?
I don't know.
Just that direction?
That direction.
Okay. Because I know they have not recovered a gun yet. So
they haven't recovered a gun.
That's what I'm trying to figure out where he could have ditched the gun.
He took off that way.
Okay.
It was a handgun.
Okay. Was it black, silver?
Black. All black. I mean, I was terrified he was gonna shoot me too.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what's going through his mind.
I know. He unloaded the clip on my husband. I heard just pop, 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 pop.
Over and over again.
Why? Why over nothing? He didn't even put his hands on him. Because he was afraid.
A lot of things in life will never make sense.
Should have just knocked his ass out.
I know this. You probably already heard this. You might have heard it before, but this is not your fault.
It's what?
It's not your fault. I know at some point you're gonna feel like it might be. It's not. You could have done something different. Ultimately, two men made the decision to do whatever happened.
Cole Hornsby was charged with murder, felonious assault, and tampering with evidence in Ted Block's death. The tampering with evidence charge related to Hornsby ditching the gun. Hornsby tried to claim self-defense and was found guilty at trial. He was sentenced to 24 years to life in prison and is appealing. Ted Block's family will never be the same. After the sentencing, the county prosecutor said that Ted Block should still be alive today.
It's a hot August day in Bedford, Ohio, where police respond to reports of shots fired in an AutoZone parking lot.
Good to approach. Yes, tell them approach.
Bystanders and first responders find 20-year-old Riley Jones suffering from a gunshot wound to the chest and render her first aid. The victim was rushed to a hospital where she was later pronounced dead. Meanwhile, one officer spots the suspected shooter.
There's a male in white pants, black male, white pants, black zip-up hoodie, walking on Leonard towards Broadway on the phone.
White pants! I gotta go get him!
Black male wearing white pants that might be in my litter.
.64 is out with him.
Put the phone down. Put your hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Put your hands up.
Police later identify the suspect, seen here, as 22-year-old Darian Hobley, the boyfriend of the shooting victim, who police said had visible blood on his clothing while walking away from the scene.
I got you. You're good. I got you. You're good.
We got him detained right here.
Stand up. Don't touch his hands.
Copy.
Yep, you got it. Oh, you're good. In the back of the police car. Where's your phone at? On the ground?
He got it.
All right. Yeah, got the phone. All right, come on over here. Oh, face this way. Spread your legs for me. What's going on? What happened to that?
I told her she was supposed to be trespassing my house and this incident at my house, breaking my windshield and stuff. And I told her pretty much not to come back. We kind of got into it this morning, and I was telling her not to come to my house. She was begging to come to my house, and telling her, please do not come to my house. Do not come to my house, do not come to my house. As the biggest rule, because I'll get in trouble with my mom. To leave, trying to like go to the rear. I didn't want to talk to her. She came to my house. So to leave, I talked to her. My mom told her to leave. She kept going.
Who is she?
Huh?
Who is she?
My girlfriend. I told her to leave me alone. I don't want to be bothered. I feel threatened. And you want me to keep my leg in?
No, go put your leg in there. Where's the gun at?
I threw it away.
Huh?
I threw it away.
Where?
In the sewer.
Huh?
In the sewer.
What sewer?
Not really too sure.
All right, listen. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in court. If you can't afford it.
The officer finishes reading Darian his Miranda rights before further questioning.
At this time, do you understand your rights? Okay, is there anything you wish to tell us? I know you said that you got into it with your girlfriend, right? Where do you live at? You live in and she came to your house today?
Yes.
How'd you get over here?
I was going to AutoZone because I have a bad battery, I believe.
You're going to AutoZone. She followed you to AutoZone?
She went to somebody else's house, stayed there until I left, and then followed me all the way there. She sideswiped my car. She's been following me all through traffic. I've been telling her to just leave me alone. I've been telling her to move away from my car, but she keeps bothering me. She keeps antagonizing me. She keeps trying to hit me. So I'm just like, okay, can you move? I've already dealt with her trying to hit me and stuff, so I've been telling her, please move, please move. Can you move away from my car? Can you not touch my car? Do not touch my car. She opened my car window. She put her hand in the car. I did not know what she was gonna do.
You were in your driver's seat?
Yes.
In your car?
Yes.
Is your car still at AutoZone?
Yes, it should be.
What kind of car do you have?
A Chevy Cobalt.
What color is it?
White.
That's your car, it's registered to you?
It's registered under my mom's.
It's your mom's car. So she stuck her hand inside your car, like
she opened the door.
Through the window.
No, she opened the door.
She opened the door. Your driver's side door?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened from there?
She put her arm in the car and I just shot.
Were you in fear for your life, or?
I was in fear in general because the way she reached, it was where my gun was.
Did she have any weapons on her?
No, but she reached where my gun was. I don't know
where was your gun at when she reached into your car?
Seat.
It was by your seat?
Yeah.
On the left side?
My right side.
On your right side, like in between the center console?
And she reached.
Like to by your right knee? It was like in between the car seat and the center console?
Yeah.
Okay. And she was grabbing, so she would have had to grab over you?
She did.
Did she know that you had a gun?
Yes.
Okay. And what was she trying to do? Why were you two arguing, and why is she following you in the first place? Could she think she lives with you or something?
Honestly, it's just something petty. I really don't understand why it has to get to this point so often. But I just called her. I seen where she was at. And I texted her.
30 radio.
She didn't answer. And then when I called her, she said, okay, she was getting weed. And I was like, okay. Hang up. She said, while we was on the phone, well, she called me again.
What address were you at? That's when she started following you? All right, so she came to your house. And then she followed you all the way down here. What was she trying to do?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It seemed like she was about to hit my car several times. She got really close in between me and another car right there.
What kind of car does she have? Since she followed you in a car, right?
Yeah. Hyundai Altima.
She's got a Nissan Altima?
Hyundai? I can't think of it. It's in my phone.
She's got a Hyundai?
Yeah.
What color is it?
Gray.
Gray Hyundai.
Mm-hmm. I have the picture in my phone. I know I'm probably not able to have the phone, but I have the picture of her car in my phone. She actually hit my car a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Which sewer did you dump the gun at?
I'm not.
Is it on this street? What kind of gun? What is it?
A 9mm.
9mm, what's the make and model?
I'm not really too sure.
Is it yours? Or is it somebody else's?
Somebody else's.
Alright. So is one of these sewers around here? Couldn't be far, right? We're gonna have to get it. So your cooperation is gonna help out a lot.
I don't know what to do.
You don't know which sewer?
I don't know what to do.
You don't know what to do?
I'm supposed to be going to the military soon.
You're supposed to be going to the military soon. What? How old are you?
22.
You're 22. What were you gonna do in the military?
IT specialist.
Did you apply?
Yes.
When was that supposed to start?
I was waiting until October.
Waiting till October. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna let This is your ex-girlfriend, current girlfriend, or something?
I wanted it to be my ex, guess current. I'm not really too sure how to put it, if I'm being honest.
You're gonna let this girl just kind of ruin what kind of future you could have?
Didn't know what to do.
How many times did you shoot?
I shot once.
Just one shot?
Yes.
Which hand did you shoot with?
Right.
Your right hand? You know what color the gun is?
Not.
Is it gray, white, black?
Brown.
What is it?
Brown.
Brown gun? It's a handgun?
Yes, sir. Do you have any water?
Water? I do not have any water. All right, just sit tight for us.
Darian admits to shooting the woman, but claims self-defense in the process. While the 22-year-old is secured in a patrol car, other officers begin searching for the weapon.
No, it's in a sewer. He doesn't know which sewer it's in. It's got to be down here in a sewer.
13 to radio.
He walked through the back of over here, this property. So he walked through the back of this property, and he ditched it somewhere over here. He was in this driveway when he was on the phone, so it's got to be somewhere back over there.
All right. We'll probably do an article search. Do you have him in your car?
Yeah, he's in my car. Okay.
Investigators scour the area and eventually find the firearm in a sewer behind a pizzeria. According to an incident report, the weapon was determined to be an illegal ghost gun with no visible serial number that matched with the shell casing found back at the scene, where now we join officers as they begin talking to witnesses.
Are you family members or friends?
No. I called her sister. Her sisters are on the way.
I seen him jump over that fence.
Were you here? Did you witness it?
Oh, I was across the street. I heard the shot go off.
So you didn't hear it? You weren't here during it?
No, I wasn't here.
Okay, just in case. Where were you at?
I was crawling out of this truck, but I heard the gunshot and I walked up and standing over her with a gun. He had the gun in his hand again, so I went back behind the truck and called 911 because I don't have mine with me currently.
All right. I appreciate your cooperation. Was you were not involved, wasn't hit or anything like that? I'm just wondering if we can move. Let me make sure, Detective. 1 second.
Yes,
Witness, he was
with him.
Correct. Yes, I'm just wondering if he can move.
Yes.
I have his
get him
witness.
out.
He said he saw him standing over her with a gun after the gunshot. Didn't see it, but saw him standing over her with the gun.
Okay. She's yelling at him to the car, and then he comes in the store. It's like he called the police. Makes you know he's going. I saw the gentleman arguing with the gentleman when I came back from my delivery, and then he walked in and asked us to call the police, and then he walked down the side of the building. So the only camera that would see him is that one back there.
You guys don't.
Moments later, the suspect's mother arrives on scene with some important alleged background information.
And just tell him the story. Put your phone. Son. Okay. Yeah. And then if you could just tell him the story, he's going to get your information. I'm trying to do some stuff with the scene, okay? So what happened, ma'am?
This is too much. They've been in a toxic relationship for a while now. I've called the police on her before because she came over. She broke windows out of his, cracked his windshield and tore his car up. I tried to get a restraining order. I live in Maple. They told me there was nothing they could do because he lives there and he'll probably allow her to keep coming over there. So
what is your relationship?
I'm Darian Hobby's mother. So I asked him to leave her alone. I talked to his family and her family. Oh, shake it. And I asked them to leave each other alone. From my understanding, they had left each other alone. She came over this morning and was ringing my doorbell. She said he called her and he hung up on her, and I want to know why.
He called her and hung up on her. Okay.
This is what she told me,
right.
And I want to know why he hung up on me. So I'm asking her to leave because I don't want you here. Why are you here? She said that they were still dating or whatever the whole time.
Okay.
She was upset because he came back in the house. He was done talking to her. He came back in the house, and she wanted him to continue to talk to her. Okay. So I kept asking her to leave. She finally left. He came in the house and said, "I'm finna go to AutoZone." He's supposed to came up here to get his battery checked because his battery went.
Is that the white car? His white car?
Yeah. Well, it's in my name. It's mine.
Right. Right.
So he came up here. As he was driving up the Libby, I seen her in the middle of the street. She was following him and like trying to hit his car going up Libby Road.
Okay.
I went back in the house because I'm working. You know, I have it on my Ring camera. Well, I have a Ring alarm where she came over. It should be a report as far as her coming over before, fighting and hitting him.
Investigators later reviewed footage from the woman's Ring doorbell that they said showed the victim at the home earlier in the day, where they described her demeanor as, quote, not hostile or aggressive, and said she appeared to have no weapons.
Go ahead.
So I asked her to leave him alone. So when I went outside and talked to her, I said, "Do you need to leave each other alone? Why are you over here?" I asked you to leave. And she said, well, I want to talk to him. I want to know why he hung up on me, all this stuff. So like I said, she followed him up here. Was people, traffic backed up because he was trying to drive straight and she kept trying to crash into his car.
Go ahead.
So I don't know what happened when they got up here. He just called me and said something bad happened. I was just protecting myself. So I'm asking him what happened. He said, I shot her. I was trying to protect myself. So that was all I know. I got his location. I came up here to, you know.
So he called you up after he shot her and said, I was trying to protect myself.
Yeah.
So did you witness her trying to like run him off the road on Libby and stuff like that? You were driving behind?
Yeah.
And then did you just sort of let it go after that?
I let it go after that.
So you saw them, whatever, and then they took off. He said he's coming to AutoZone.
Yeah. I just know he said that he shot her and was trying to protect himself.
Okay.
I know she was jumping on him before. A couple months back at our house, she was hitting him.
Did he file charges for domestic violence or anything like that? Did he?
He did, but I filed a report.
Okay.
And I asked her to leave and not to come back.
So I just think so. So according to Mom, she came over to his house this morning, causing a disturbance over there. It's a volatile relationship, and then she followed him up here after she left the house. And Mom witnessed her like trying to run him off the road and chasing him down Libby Road and all kinds of stuff like that. To me, it's pertinent information that she's chasing around here. And the first thing out of Mom's mouth was, he called her up saying I shot her. I was trying to defend myself.
Okay.
So can you come back to our police station and write out a statement?
I need to probably get him a lawyer too.
That's up to you. That's completely up to you.
Will he be released today?
Will he be released today?
Yeah.
I have no idea. But
he's at Solon.
Yeah, he's going to be at Solon jail. He's going to have to get interviewed by detectives and all that sort of stuff.
Is there any way I can talk to him?
No. He's an adult, right?
Yes.
You're not going to.
Did you find a weapon?
We have not found a weapon yet, but I don't know that. There's other people looking for a weapon right now, so it could have happened. I really don't know.
What happened up here?
What happened up here?
Yeah, I mean, what?
We don't know. That's what we're trying to sort out. That's why you're.
None of the people in AutoZone, no one's seen what happened up here? They don't have cameras up here or anything?
We're working on all of that. We're working on interviewing all kinds of witnesses and trying to figure out what happened here. I don't know what happened. I got here well after the fact.
Okay,
but these are detectives now.
Ownership of my car.
That car right there, that's going to probably get towed based on the situation, and we're going to be investigating that car, going through it, seeing what's going on with the car, because it was part of the crime, clearly, if he drove it up here. So,
So how would I know what's going on with her?
I don't know what's going on with her.
I mean, how would I find out, like, what charges he's going to get?
So,
what her condition is?
So, we don't know any of that.
Okay.
I don't know any more than you do right now. So, I can't tell you. And I don't know how I would tell you to tell her. You know, you can check with hospitals or whatever. But you're, like, we're not going to broadcast that information to you. And you would know what his charges are. We would let you know all that sort of stuff. But I don't know. It's not like we're going to call you up and say that. By all accounts, he shot her, and what you're claiming he told you was self-defense.
I've seen her being aggressive toward him. I've seen her. She's hit him and everything else. So
that's what we have to piece together. What happened here? Okay.
I know before she came over, she had something in her trunk. But you see the windshield is cracked. She cracked his windshield, so she had something in her trunk.
That was from a prior altercation.
Probably a couple months ago when I called and filed a report.
What type of relationship do these two have right now? Like
they were in a relationship. As far as I knew, they had broken up after this incident happened.
The suspect's mother describes a rocky relationship between the pair alleging Riley had tried to crash into her son's car and claiming she had been violent in the past. But next, we hear from the victim's friend, who says she was in the car at the time of the shooting.
You were with her the whole time?
Yeah, the whole entire time.
So what happened? Like
They were just arguing. The argument just got to a point where
started over in Maple Heights. Okay.
And she said, "Pull over, let's talk." So eventually they ended up pulling over in AutoZone. I went to
So he went into AutoZone and out of AutoZone?
Yeah, he shot her,
went in, told him to call 911.
And then came back out.
And then came back out.
And then tried to pick her up.
Oh, did he? I didn't see that. He came right up to her, which was right in the general direction of me, so I went back behind the truck.
And that's why I ran into the car to pull off, because I'm like, oh, don't shoot me. Like, he already don't like me, so don't shoot me.
Right.
So, so when I pull off and I see that he's trying to pick her up and trying to help her, I pull the car back around, because I'm like, okay, maybe he's a little bit more sane right now. And I think when I heard the ambulance coming, that's when I pulled the car over here to get out of the way.
Right, okay, fair enough, yeah. So the interaction, you were sitting in the car right behind when he shot her?
Yeah.
What was going on during that time?
So she came back to the car, so she went to his car. They talked for about like 5 minutes. She came to her car, asked did I find her phone. I found her phone, I handed it to her. Phone is like done for, it doesn't work anymore.
Right.
And I hand it to her, and so I go back to she goes back to the car. I'm still sitting in the passenger seat. She says, you broke my phone again for the second time. And then, I don't know what happened in that little amount of time, but as he's getting out the car, I hear the gunshot. It didn't even sound like a gunshot. It sounded like a BB gun, like a firecracker, something like that. It didn't sound like a gunshot. So I'm like,
where was she standing when that happened?
Like, this is the door. This is his driver's side. This is him getting out the car. He shot her. She fell on her
She just
back.
pretty much fell back.
Yeah, she literally just fell back. She didn't even, there was no fight back, no nothing. She just fell back. I heard her scream my name, and as I was about to get out the car, I seen him walk back out of AutoZone. So I'm like, I don't want to get shot. So I pulled the car off.
He shot and went
in AutoZone.
He told them to go call the police.
When he came back outside, it looked like he tried to pick her up to put her in his back seat, but eventually it looked like he just gave up, and I don't know where he went because I'm too busy on the phone listening to 911 telling me to do CPR.
Right.
And at this point, I'm kind of like just going through the motions. I don't really know where he went. Somebody says he ran, and then that's what distracted me, and somebody else took over for CPR, and then I went to go move her car because I heard the ambulance, and then that's when everybody came and all of that.
Does she own a firearm?
No, my best friend does not have a firearm.
Okay. So again, she didn't get out of the car with a gun or threaten him with a gun. Like
she didn't get out of the car and she literally got out of the car with her body. She didn't even have her shoes on.
Okay, and she was mad about the broken phone?
Yeah, when she came back to the car, she was like, "You broke my phone again. You broke my phone again."
When do you think he broke her phone?
The first time?
Well, no, this time. Today.
Oh, I think when she said when you hit my car, you broke my phone.
He hit her car?
Yeah.
Where did he
tapped her the side of her car when we were driving. This little dip right here.
Okay.
That's it. And pushed her mirror in the mirror.
So the front that's old damage?
Yeah, this is old.
Okay. And nothing back here. So where did that happen at?
I'm honestly, I could not tell you where we were driving. The whole time I'm on my computer playing The Sims while all of this is happening. Like,
Sims?
Yeah, it's a game. It's just a game. But I'm just playing the game on my computer while they're arguing. Yeah.
Right. And they're like while they're driving, they're arguing, or this is while you were here, they were arguing.
Well, while they were driving, nobody's arguing. They're just going to AutoZone. And
were they like cutting each other off and?
She was behind him the whole time.
She was behind him?
Yeah.
Was she driving up next to him at all?
She did one time. So she was like, "Can we pull over?" And I don't know what he said to her, but I'm guessing he said AutoZone. Like, let's go to AutoZone because we end up at AutoZone.
Court records show Darian later pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence in connection to the shooting death of his girlfriend, Riley. The 22-year-old was sentenced to 8 to 10.5 years behind bars, followed by 2 years of parole upon release.
Close up.
Take them inside.
I don't. Where's my son? Here.
Marion police officers stood by, trying to get information about what happened. Some of them seemed a little stunned by the fact that a dog had ripped open a baby's skull.
Stay here with Blakey. I'm calling your dad right now. Hey? Hey. Can I come in, please? Are you there? You want some mom in here? I'm sorry.
I just want to. Do you have a car? I can take you out there.
Oh, yeah.
I can take you if you don't have a car.
Here, Claire.
I don't have a car.
I know you are. This is the first time he's done it. Like, this is not, but he's got to go.
Well, obviously.
This is, better make it.
Are you guys mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just you guys here?
It was
Are you guys going to go out to the hospital?
Yes.
How are you getting there?
I will drive, but I kind of.
Right.
I want to get to my.
Right.
All I did was food, and then he thought it was a toy or something, and the dog just.
What kind of dog is it?
This is a Great Dane and Pit and something else mixed.
Hey, baby.
Blake Bates, he was upset. Alyssa Smith, despite what was going on, seemed relatively calm.
What else do you need to do? Anything here?
The dog's put up and as good as he can be, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How many dogs do you guys have?
4, because they ended up having a litter and we just sold 9 of the 12 and we're still trying to get rid of the other 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the one grown dog though?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What was that dog's name?
Kilo.
Now, once the pair arrived at the hospital, they were notified that Royal didn't make it. Nothing could be done.
I had him on the couch and he just rolled off the couch and I told my daughter to hurry up and grab him. I was trying to because I thought I had the dresser pulled. And when I went to step, he got around me. And when I yelled, he thought something was, I guess, I don't know. And I went to take him and he just grabbed him.
Okay. So, I'm not going to make you fill out a bunch of information. I just need one of you guys to sign the dog over, and I'm taking it. You guys,
that's your dog.
I'm sure you don't want it back. You know, ashes or anything like that.
It's my dog. I already know you're interviewing. You're going to start hating me now because this is my dog.
I just don't want to sign it because it's.
I get it.
Is there, how many dogs are in the home?
There's 4. But we're trying to find the puppies' homes.
So there's 2 puppies and 2 adult dogs?
There's 3 puppies. It's their puppies.
Yeah.
So I have my female that I've had for 5 years. She's my emotional support dog. And then we got together and then they ended up having 9 puppies and we got rid of all of them but 3.
So far.
So you have 5 in the house?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're female.
Yeah. Don't know how I feel that.
Right.
But
the male is the one that did it. Okay.
Yes. The other ones were trying to actually help.
Where's the dog at? Do you know?
He's in the backyard in this little fenced area we have for him now.
Okay.
Yeah, but the 4 were trying to help me and trying to attack him, but it was just chaos.
Have you guys talked to Heaven yet?
I just tried to call. I'm trying to get me right first before, because she deserves a face-to-face. And Children's Services already touched me too.
I'm just
okay.
mind blown right now.
We did everything we.
No, bro. I seen he's getting angry and mean like that. I should have got rid of him earlier. Now I feel like I don't even. what's today's date, the 28th?
Don't worry about it, dude. I'll do all that. I just need you to sign. I just need you to sign. Yep, you did it. That's all I need. What's the dog's name?
Kilo.
For nearly a year, police and prosecutors investigated. They spoke with family members of Bates and Smith. The couple was charged with involuntary manslaughter and child endangering in connection to Royal's death. Alyssa Smith folded first and pleaded guilty to child endangering and agreed to testify against Blake Bates at his trial. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison earlier this month. Then Blake Bates decided to plead guilty, but he faced more charges than just the charges related to Royal's death. More on that in a moment. But first, Assistant Prosecutor Mark Weaver talked about how Blake Bates knew Kilo was aggressive and allowed him around Royal and other children anyway.
One of the questions, of course, is whether the defendant knew that this dog had a history of being aggressive, because if he did, that makes the culpability much more serious. What you're seeing now is body cam footage from a jail interview with one of the investigators in this case with the defendant, who, just because of the angle of the sitting, you can see the left hand side of the defendant is clearly the defendant. And the question that's being asked is whether or not there was a history of this dog, it was called Kilo, a three-fold mix, whether there's a history of this dog being aggressive. And I'll make sure we can hear the volume, but this is what the defendant said.
All right. Okay. Was there a history of this dog being aggressive, or?
No, that's what we didn't understand. Everything was fine. We haven't had really problems with it.
Was the dog aggressive? No. I haven't had problems with it. We didn't understand. That's the story that the defendant gave to this investigator. Then the investigator asked a question about whether his grandmother had said, did your grandmother tell you there was a problem with this dog around children? The investigator had reason to believe that had happened, but the question was put directly to the defendant, and you'll see his answer.
How about is Audrey, that's your grandmother? Okay. I talked to her, and she said that prior to this incident, she'd been begging you guys to get rid of the dog for a long time because it was aggressive, and
she just don't like the dog because it barks when people come at the door. And
she said that there'd been several incidents prior to where it had tried to bite you, or I think the word she used was snipped at you.
Snipped at me?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
You don't remember anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No. She's kind of over dramatic with the dog. She's never liked dogs.
She's just not a dog person.
Yeah, she's not a dog person.
Okay.
That measured answer from Blake Bates about his grandmother being dramatic about Kilo's aggressive behavior stood in stark contrast to what he said in the moments after Kilo attacked Royal in 2024, when he openly admitted that the dog had been a problem.
Oh, the couch is fine. I want to pick him up.
Yeah.
It is not your fault.
He's on his knees crying, screaming out, "It's my fault." That's not the only thing, Judge.
Listen to me.
It's hard to understand. I played it several times. I believe the transcript is accurate. We should have gotten rid of him a long time ago. This, of course, suggests that he's acknowledging in an excited utterance, which, as you know, Judge, is more credible than other things said when you've had time to prepare what you're going to say to investigators. He's saying something that he should have gotten rid of a long time ago.
Now, if the charges Blake Bates faced involving Royal's death were not bad enough, a defenseless baby killed by an aggressive dog, there's more. Blake Bates apparently has a violent streak. Last January, Bates strangled Alyssa Smith. This photo was taken of her neck. An officer spoke with Smith outside of the couple's home, where Royal had been killed months earlier.
So I left. I shouldn't have to leave my home, but I did to try to solve all this. I come home today. He wouldn't leave me alone. He kept going and going and going. He took my phone. I did go after him. I said, you know what, that's my phone. I use it for work. Like, I need my phone. He swears up and down I was cheating on him, blah, blah, blah. He has insecurities, whatever. My grandma calls me. I answer it. I tell him, just go. Before it gets worse, just freaking leave. So I was on the phone with my grandma. He ended up choking me up. He ended up throwing me on the freaking clothes in there.
Can you look up for me?
I don't know if there's anything, but he did. It was just for a quick second. Then he freaking slammed me on the ground and everything else. My grandma basically hung up with me and called you guys.
Okay. You said he was choking you up. Did it restrict your airway and anything?
Yes.
It did? Like, yes. It changed the pattern of your breathing?
Yes, and this isn't the first time. This is just the first time that I'm fed up with it and I'm done.
Okay. All right. And then who is he to you?
He is actually, we did have a son together, and our son passed away 9 months ago from a dog attack.
Strangulation, it's very serious. It's considered a predictor of murder and domestic violence homicides. That day, police found Blake Bates hiding in a garage.
Hey, come out now! Show me your hands! Show me your hands! Come out! Come out now!
I'm coming out. I'm coming out.
Keep your hands up or you will get tased. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Come out with your hands up. You are under arrest.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Do not reach for anything.
I'm not.
Get up slowly.
I'm trying.
Get up slowly. Get up slowly.
I see.
Put your hands up. Hands on your head.
Sorry.
Hands on your head. On your head.
On my head.
Step over towards me.
Okay.
On your head. All right, hands behind your back. Put them together. Give me that light.
Sorry. So, I have a warrant, but I was charged with what? Sorry, I shouldn't be talking. Sorry.
Come on, we have a 21. Did you not hear our commands?
Huh? No, I'm just freaking out, dude. I'm just feeling.
What are you freaking out about?
Yeah, me and my girl got in a fight.
The video is so unbelievable. The police got Blake Bates out of that cluttered garage, and I still can't believe he was hiding in there. They took him to the jail. But it doesn't seem like he liked it very much there, because guess what? He tried to escape.
The defendant is in custody and he's being arraigned or some sort of judicial proceeding for this matter over in the city building, which, as Your Honor knows, that there's a municipal court. I'm now putting on the screen the footage from the security cameras where he and a couple other prisoners are coming down the steps from the municipal court. You're going to see them come down here in a moment in the top right. The first prisoner is the defendant, and he's ahead of the other defendants, and he's ahead of the deputy or the officer who's responsible for watching him and moving them back to where they're being held. You may be familiar with the layout, Judge. We're now moving down to the ground floor of the police station. There's a back door there. The first person out the back door, right there, is the defendant. That's the center one. And then on the right-hand side, Judge, is the shot of the parking lot just outside the back door of that building. I'm going to zoom in now in this next frame. Here goes the defendant. Off he goes. Running, escaping from custody. This is not a hearing about whether it's a smart thing to run in an orange jumpsuit while shackled at your waist off into the snowy parts of the city of Marion. But all of the officers there were put on immediate alert to go search for him. He's now out amongst the population of the city of Marion. Obviously desperate, obviously not making rational decisions. No idea what he's going to do to the people he may encounter.
It was just 4 days after Blake Bates' arrest on that strangulation charge. It was January 24th, and Blake and some other inmates were being taken to court. They were walking down the steps to court, and Blake walked down the steps and right out of the courthouse doors. You can see Blake Bates run past a surveillance camera in handcuffs, a jacket over his shoulders. He wasn't on the run all that long, though. The cops caught up with him pretty quickly.
I got him here. I got him. Get on the ground. Get on the ground!
Get on your stomach. I got him on Noonan.
I got him.
Stay right there.
377-300. Anybody need to ride back?
I just gotta use the force to point my gun at him.
My location. Just use the force.
A few months later came the charges for Royal's horrific death. Kilo the dog had been euthanized after being captured the day he killed Royal.
Kilo. Should go in this garage. Come here. Kilo, come here. Come here. Kilo, come here. Come here. Kilo. Kilo. Come on. There we go.
Mark Weaver also showed jail emails that showed Blake Bates and Alyssa Smith were communicating when they weren't supposed to be doing so, while both were facing charges in Royal's death.
What's up with these?
It is what it is. I ain't gonna lie about nothing.
So, you're confirming these are messages between you and Alyssa Smith, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were using Zachary Schaffner's email to contact Alyssa, correct? Okay. And then you used Matthew Henderson, used him to create a three-way call with you and Alyssa, correct?
That's with Jessica.
With who?
Jessica.
What do you mean?
I've been talking to a girl named Jessica with Matt.
Okay. Have you used him to speak with Alyssa over the phone?
That was a long time ago.
A long time ago? Not last night or early this morning? You sure?
Yeah, I did.
You did? So this was you and Alyssa?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get you with anything.
Okay. So obviously, you know, there's a protection order between the two of you, right? Looks like you were served back in January on the protection order. Okay. You do have one prior protection order violation, which makes this one a felony.
Right.
Okay. So obviously you're going to be charged for that.
Do you know what degree felony it is? It's like F5 or...
Royal's aunt, Aubrey Smith, she spoke and she said that Royal would have just celebrated his second birthday had Blake and Alyssa simply just gotten rid of Kilo.
Everyone keeps saying it was a tragic accident, but it was far from that. Yes, it was an extremely tragic event, but it was not an accident. It was an incident. It cannot be considered an accident when Blake and Alyssa both knew how dangerous Kilo was, and yet still chose to keep him in the house and around the two innocent and defenseless children in the home. Blake and Alyssa both knew that Kilo was aggressive, or whatever term you want to use, but yet still chose to keep him in the home and around the children. They both had more than enough warnings to get rid of the dog, but yet still chose to keep him, and sadly, my sweet boy lost his life due to that. Royal tragically lost his life, and his big sister had to watch the incident take place because of Alyssa and Blake's negligence. Multiple people, including myself, Blake's grandmother, and Blake's mother, offered to help get rid of Kilo, but yet they still chose to keep him. We all told them that it was not safe to have Royal around such a dangerous dog, but yet they chose not to listen, and now my sweet boy is gone forever because they chose to keep a dog over protecting the children in the home. Blake may have shown a little more emotion and remorse than Alyssa, but I still do not think he was truly mourning the loss of his son. After Royal passed away, Blake continued to be reckless and continue on with his life as if nothing had ever happened. Him and Alyssa went about their lives as if their son had not just died. I'm not saying that he didn't mourn his son, but I do feel that he has shown no remorse for the incident that took place.
Then it was time for Blake Bates' lawyer to read a statement that he had written because he was too emotional to read it himself.
It was just another normal day, and I was doing stuff around the house, and I went down to the basement to look for some things that were still boxed up. We had just moved into the new house and had only been there a month, maybe a little longer. And I had just left the living room with my son and his mother and my stepdaughter all there together. I told his mother I was going down to the basement and that I would be back up when I found what I was looking for. I was down there for 15 minutes max, and all of a sudden there was screaming upstairs, and I ran up there as fast as I could and found his mom trying to tug him from the dog, so I grabbed the dog's mouth and pried it open. Then she takes the baby out front, and I lock the dog out back and call 911. I still don't know what really happened to cause this to happen. His mother has told 3 different stories as to what went down. Still, I blame myself for owning the dog, and I still take responsibility for this happening. I'm his father, and it's my job to keep something like this from happening. With that being said, his mother was there, and it all happened, and I was not, and that's where I messed up. It has haunted me every day since, and I will for the rest of my life. It eats at me, knowing that I'll never see my baby boy walk, talk, or grow up and experience anything life had to offer.
And Bates's other lawyer argued on his behalf.
Your Honor, I think first and foremost is the fact that my client lost his son. And I think that plays very much into what the state wants to talk about as far as statements made about this dog. I think that any parent, when faced with the situation that Mr. Bates faced that day, the loss of a son, he as a parent acknowledged, I'm a parent. I take responsibility for it. I don't think it's responsibility to say that I had a vicious dog, but that I had the responsibility to protect my child. I think it's also critical in the court's sentencing of my client that the facts of that day are very clear, and that is my client was with the mother of this child and the child. He then left the child in the company and in the protection of mother to go downstairs. They had recently moved into this residence. He was downstairs cleaning out boxes. When he left, the child was with mother as a form of protection. My understanding is the mother has given 3 different versions of what took place during this actual confrontation between the child and the dog. Whether mother was even present, this is not something that my client had any control over in the incident involved.
And the lawyer offered an explanation for the dog's name, Kilo.
I think also the state, in their sentencing memorandum, wants to make the allegation that the dog's name, Kilo, implies some sort of drug usage by my client. It's interesting, when I just Googled the name Kilo, it came up as an African name used to talk about a first in chief. It also Google went on to say that Kilo is now a popular name for dogs, as it implies strong, dependable, protector, and legal. It also references Kilo Ren, which is the Star Wars character. So I think that that's an attempt by the state to muddy the waters that has no real effect on the sentencing of this case.
In the end, the judge sentenced Blake Bates to a total of 62 months in prison, 8 months for the strangulation charge, 18 months for the escape, and 36 months for the death of baby Royal, the son he was supposed to protect. He will receive credit for the time he's already served, which is more than 130 days. And just so you know, Alyssa Smith spoke at the sentencing but asked not to be shown on camera, invoking her right as a victim under Marcy's Law. The prosecutor, Ray Grogan, talked about Blake Bates' sentence.
As a parent, as a dog owner myself, I am responsible for making sure that my children are safe. I am responsible for making sure that nothing bad happens to my children. And Mr. Bates and Ms. Smith failed. They failed miserably in that regard. And as a result of that, this poor innocent baby was mauled to death by this dog. And so I hope that the message that this sends is that you have to take care to make sure that your children are safe. And if you have an animal that is in any way aggressive, you have to take appropriate action. And if you don't, there will be dire consequences.
So Blake Bates, he will serve a little more than 5 years for all of the cases, and Alyssa Smith will serve 3 years. Baby Royal, as I mentioned, would have celebrated his 2nd birthday last week. Sadly, his life was cut short for no reason at all other than negligence and recklessness.
Yo, I shot my son. Jesus Christ. I dropped the gun, that's what. Okay. And what's the charges again? Murder. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's 2 p.m. in Columbus, Ohio, where, get this, a mother has just allegedly attacked her son with a knife and a gun over an argument about a car.
Okay.
Hear all that?
Alright, go ahead and step on this, okay?
You got gloves?
What is it? Okay.
I'll get you guys off the ground.
Thank you, sir. What's going on? Your hand?
I can't get
Okay, give us a second. Let's put some gloves on here and then we'll help you down the stairs here.
Do you know anything about him?
We're literally not even on this precinct.
Just showed up.
We showed up from somewhere else in the city just to do a search on you.
Oh.
That's all.
Oh my God.
Because there's no other females here. Here, let me help you down. Stand up.
Watch your head.
Yep.
641 County.
Okay.
Top of north side road, just now east of
Nothing on your tent or anything?
Iowa trailer tag, Frank Paul, 1143.
I dropped the gun, that's what. Okay. That's pants. I don't temporary pants. You got pockets in these ones? Yeah. There's nothing in it. It's compression pants. I don't see a pocket, honey. It might be one.
I've got it.
Police identify the suspect seen here as 44-year-old LaQuandra Williams, who police said tried to stab her 21-year-old son, Jihad Hughes, before firing a gun at him, ultimately killing him.
It might be
That's her actual 40?
Yes. Yeah, she had a knife right there. I took that off of her right when I got her.
Oh my God.
And
the keys. You guys got like a small envelope or anything?
I do. Yeah.
So maybe put these in.
Put them separate. Yeah.
I would separate those.
There might be some blood or something. Spread your feet apart.
LaQuandra is seated in a police van out of sight of cameras, but she can be heard on the vehicle's dash cam trying to explain her side of the story. Let's listen in.
I came home from work. I own a business. And my son drove my car there. I asked him where do you take my car to? Because I got my car fixed this weekend. And he wouldn't answer me, and I said, I said, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. He wouldn't answer me, and he don't like my boyfriend. I'm going to kill you at work, and it's a big fight in my life. He never did that to me. And then I have a gun. He has a gun of mine too. Like we always get into it. Like I don't believe this is happening. Like I can't even cry. Like that's my child. Like you don't know. God mercy, man. What in the world is happening? What in the world is happening? Oh God. Oh, that's fighting my king. And they look good. No. What in the world, man? What? God. My whole life. I raised them and took care of my kid, moved from Youngstown to here. And we've been going through hell. That's your son? Yeah. He's 21.
First responders found Jihad nearby, suffering from an apparent gunshot wound that prosecutors would later say came from his mom shooting him in the back as he was trying to leave their apartment. Next, LaQuandra is ushered into an interview room where detectives have plenty of questions for her.
Now, I know there was some argument that went on today that somehow led up to all this. Can you tell me what happened?
So I was leaving I came home early in between my two clients, and Jihad used my car, and I asked him where he took my car at, because he took my car to like at the shop and left it there. And I said, well, how long did you leave it there, and what did they do? My car's not riding away, I just got my car fixed. So he wouldn't answer me. So I walked back to the room and I went back into the living room where he was at, and he got up to like grab his stuff, and I said, I'm talking to you, answer me. And so I threw a glass, but it went over to his head like a candle, but it went over his head, it didn't touch him. And then he grabbed me up and threw me in the living room, which was something he never ever done. And we have had arguments, but he never ever put his hands on me ever. And I was trying to get him off of me. I was getting a knife because I know, like, he's stronger than I am, way stronger than I know. And out of impulse, like, I just ended, a lot. It was tussle in the kitchen. I went outside because he carried one of my other guns. I went outside and got a gun because I didn't want him to hurt me. But yeah, I'm taking responsibility. That's my child. I don't want that to happen to any of my kids.
Well, how did things go down outside?
He started walking up to me. I didn't know if he had a gun on him or not. Like, that's the gun that I gave to him. So, cause where he worked at, but like, I didn't know. He kept walking up, and that's when I pointed it at him. But y'all, that's my son. I ain't never.
LaQuandra tells detectives the two were in a heated argument before she says her son attacked her. But detectives aren't exactly buying her story.
He never ever had done that to me. You see my house, like, threw me around, squeezing me up like, I'm gonna kill you and your boyfriend. I don't even know why he was saying that he would kill me and my boyfriend. Like, that's not even my boyfriend. That's just somebody that comes over my house. Like, he never say that to me.
Did you see a gun on him today?
I don't know.
Did he threaten you with a gun? Did he say he was going to get his gun?
I didn't see it at all.
But did he never mentioned it? You just assumed because you gave him one a while back that he had it with him.
He carried it with him everywhere he go. He leave it up. We shouldn't have went this far, y'all.
But you didn't see it today. He never made mention of it today?
I think.
Okay.
I don't have nothing to say. That's my child. I don't want nothing to happen to.
Next, detectives reveal they might know more than they're letting on.
So, we interviewed your other daughters there, too.
Yeah, they were there.
Okay. And they said that the fight was over. You were upset because of the keys, or the car wasn't working right, or something like that, right?
They weren't in their room when it first started.
Right, they did say
you can check our text messages. I had already you could text his text message. I had already texted him about the car already, and he said, "I'm not gonna do this with you." He said, "If you be on drama, I'm gonna leave." I just was asking him, like, "Why did you take my car over there and leave it there?" Because like he repo cars for somebody.
So he took your car and left it there to get fixed?
No, he took my car over to the place where him and the pastor's son, he owned a car lot, and they was repoing the car early this morning. I don't have nothing to hide. I ain't lying.
No, that's fine.
So, when he came back out of the house, how long were you sitting outside?
I don't know, maybe like 4 minutes or something like that.
When he came out?
Yeah, because I kept trying to tell them to throw my phone out and the keys so I can leave. But they're like, no, we're calling the police. We're calling the police. And I knew he was going to leave before the police got there because I was going to press charges on, because like, he never done that to me before.
So why wouldn't they let you back in the house if they were calling the police?
Because they knew my gun is outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you tell them you were going out to get it?
They already knew I was going outside. Yeah.
But did they know you were going to get the gun?
No, I didn't say that. Yeah. I don't think so. But it was, I don't know. I don't.
But I guess what I'm asking is if he was the aggressor, why did the girls lock you out and not let you back in?
Because they know to separate us. They know to separate.
Do you guys fight regularly?
Yeah, yeah. But he never put his hands on me before. But we get into it a whole lot.
Verbally or physically?
It's always verbally. It's never been physical. Now, this is the first physical time.
So, when you came out and you saw him walking out, did he have his bags with him?
Mm-hmm.
Did that make you mad or not? That he was leaving?
I didn't even think. I didn't know. I don't even know. And I looked and I checked him after it happened. I checked everything to see if he had a gun on me. He had his gun on me. I said, "Oh my God!" I touched my I helped wrap him up in the cold.
Mm-hmm.
I thought.
So if you didn't see the gun, he didn't threaten you with a gun, why'd you pull the trigger? I mean, what were you thinking at that point?
He was gonna keep going at it, keep coming after me, keep going.
But did he have his bags with him like he was leaving?
Yeah, he had his bag with him. He was like he was leaving. He was laughing. Yeah.
So at that point, it seemed like he was leaving and the fight was over.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Were you just really mad by that point?
No, I wasn't mad. I just. I thought he would have it. I got him. He always have it on him. Like, I don't know what transpired to be between him saying, "I'm going to kill you and your boyfriend," to make it bigger than it. Like.
Moments later, investigators try to get a better understanding of why LaQuandra pulled the trigger. Hey, by the way, what do the body cams that we cover prove? Maybe that the world is unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, with that in mind, having a great lawyer matters. And that is where our great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered them a mere $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Bodycam channel, or click the link in the description and pinned in the comments.
Now, the girl said that you said you were going out to the car to get your gun. They said that's why they locked the door.
I didn't speak. I was upset. I didn't speak. I just left.
Well, the thing is they were both interviewed separately and they both told us you said the same thing, which is a little
I didn't speak.
So how does that happen?
Maybe I did speak, but I don't know. It was happening so fast.
Because they both, I mean,
I admit
verbatim what you said going outside. So you clearly said something, because they were separated immediately when the officers would get there. They didn't have time to get their stories together because
I don't think that I
was still upstairs when the officers got there, so they didn't have time to get together and say anything.
I'm not saying that they did. I don't remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. It was all fast.
Okay.
Did you say something like, "I'm going to show you something"?
Probably. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I didn't say it because I don't know. Because it all fast and a whole bunch of emotions going on.
So what happened inside when you guys were fighting? Did the girls get involved at all at any point?
Yeah, they were trying to. They were telling him to stop. Stop. They were saying stop so she can stop. Stop so she can stop. but he wouldn't stop.
They said they were trying to take the knife away from you.
Because he's stronger than I am. I'm going to, even the grease, I threw the grease at him because he's on me. I can't get him.
I mean, we're going off of what they're telling us.
It's okay.
And it sounded the way that they described things.
Yeah, I'm aggressive.
Yeah, and I mean, did you ever hit them?
When they was like little, or even somebody last year, not last year, but the year before that, graduation time, maybe May, yeah. I was always a very aggressive parent, so they wouldn't do wrong and stuff. So yeah, I can understand why they said.
Because they said part of what was going on with Jihad tonight was that he just said he was done, he was tired of getting,
But
tired of getting hit.
Yeah, look how big he is compared to me. I can't hit him with nothing. I threw a candle at the wall over him. It didn't even touch him. But yeah, I can understand them saying that I have been a very, very strong disciplinary, and that's not a good thing. They always talk to me about that, like, Mom, well, you used to whoop us a lot when we used to do stuff, and they say that to me all the time. So that's why I don't even whoop my grandson no more. But I just was trying to talk to him, and he ignoring me. It's my car. I drive to work. The wheel bearing had to get fixed. The wheel bearing got fixed on Sunday or Saturday. It was Saturday. And I didn't want it to get fixed anymore. That was like $500 that I had to pay. And I said, where you leave my car at? Why would you leave my car somewhere on Sullivan Avenue? That's where it was at.
You heard that right. Witnesses told detectives that LaQuandra allegedly said, quote, "I'm going to show you something," just seconds before going to retrieve her firearm.
How many times did you fire?
Only once.
How close do you think you were?
I don't know how close I was. Probably between me and you.
So fairly close.
Mm-hmm.
Not from like across the parking lot. Or...
Mm-mm.
And what did you say he was doing when you shot him?
He was walking towards me. He was like, what did he say? He was walking towards me. He said something to me. I want to say, he said, "You're not going to do anything." And then...
Were you pointing the gun at him at that point?
Mm-mm.
Did you have it out?
I had it in my hand.
So he could see it?
Yeah. But I didn't know what he had in his hand. I didn't even look.
What you say?
How
many bags?
I didn't have my glasses on. So.
How many bags was he carrying?
I know he had a book bag on his back.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a white bag, because that was on the ground when that happened.
But like, how did he have 2 hands on it, 1 hand on it? When he was walking towards you?
Mm-hmm.
Did he have anything else in his hands? Keys? Phone?
Yeah, keys, phone.
He had them in his hands?
Mm-hmm. The reason why I said keys and phone because that was on the floor ground when he...
Okay.
What did he say to you after you shot him?
He said, "Oh my, you shot me." And I said, "Oh my God, Jihad." And then I turned him. I took the book bag off his back. I put pressure on it. I took the clothes and started trying to wrap him into it. And then he started vomiting. And my daughter was screaming. We was holding the thing. Yo, I shot my son. Jesus Christ.
So, going back to the house real quick. When you grabbed the knife in the house,
it didn't stop him. It didn't stop.
But did he take the cut knife away from you, or?
He was. They always trying to take. They always trying.
All 3 of them were. Okay.
I was trying to take the knife away from you.
But he was like, cause he had been choking me. He slammed me on the ground.
Yeah, the girl said he slammed you, but just to get the knife away from you. They said that he told them to back off so they didn't get hurt. So let me ask you a question. And if he had the gun, why would he let you come at him with a knife?
Jihad is a fighter. He not worried about no knife.
Okay. But why would the girl say that you were the aggressor with the knife in the house and he was trying to get it away from you? I mean, like I said, we interviewed them separately. They didn't have a chance.
Switch it up.
Yeah, they didn't have a chance to talk to
hitting on me. I didn't want him to be choking me. I didn't want him to be slamming me. So that's why I got a knife. Because he's big. Look how big he is compared to me. Look how muscle he is compared to me.
They said you pulled the earphones out of his head. Did you do that? He had some kind of earphones in his head.
Because he wasn't listening to you or paying attention to you.
That's not true. I grabbed him, but he grabbed me, and I grabbed him because, you know, like, you coming at me, I'm gonna grab you. You're a man, you coming at me, I'm gonna grab you by your face to try to, you know, I can't tussle with you.
Right.
That's all.
Well, they said that he was ignoring you with his ear pods in.
That's not true.
And snatched him out of his ear.
They wasn't even there when it first started.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying.
It's okay.
That's what they're telling us, so we can go on as what
It's
you know.
okay.
They didn't have a chance to get a story together.
I didn't say they did. It's okay. They wasn't in their rooms when it
Okay.
first started, but it's okay.
Soon enough, one detective reveals the tragic reality of the situation.
I will tell you, unfortunately, your son did not make it.
Oh.
And I'm so sorry.
What?
They worked on him for at least close to an hour. But he didn't survive his injuries.
Take me. You can take me. I don't deserve that. He didn't either. Yo.
Well, I think you need to do his name justice, and I know that that's not true that he was attacking you.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Both
But it's
your
okay. It's okay.
No,
It's
I want you
alright.
to tell the truth. I only want the truth. I don't want you to say something just because it's not true, but
I don't
both
have
your
to
girls,
lie.
both your
I don't
girls
have to
did that.
lie. I don't have to lie. I'm not gonna say nothing that's not true. Like, I had to live with this. You know what I'm saying? But
I think you're angry though. I think you're angry because we all get angry at times. I mean, it's like we both have kids.
We both have
We don't
adult
have
kids that live in our
frustration
house.
is to try to get through. But I think unfortunately that you probably were angry and the pressure probably got to you.
Yeah. But y'all, I'm so sorry, y'all. Oh. And I know. Sorry, y'all. Tell him I'm sorry. I was so angry because he don't listen to nothing I say. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be working hard, working hard, and he worked at a car light. He worked at a car light, and I said, Jahad, yesterday, I said, Jahad, if I was to die today, you wouldn't even get the inheritance that you're supposed to get because I put my money with the Navy. You wouldn't even get it because you're not even doing what you're supposed to do. You know, everybody else, like, I was just so angry with him, but like, y'all, I didn't mean to do that. Like, I'm serious. And it's, no, like, I was supposed to be buying a house.
It's a lot of pressure. You're doing a business. You're trying to raise kids.
By myself. Like, I've been doing this since I came here from Youngstown in 2012. And I have no support, y'all. None. I go through stuff with them all the time. Like, yo, I'm so sorry, yo. No.
Yeah. I know the pressures, and I feel like that's what happened tonight. I feel like you just snapped because you just got so angry.
And everything, no, y'all. What? Y'all said he gone for real. No, I killed my son. Oh no. I'm not gonna believe it. And I kind of figured something was going on because when nobody talked to me while I was out there, I'm like, tell me what's going on. Are you sure that he passed away? Yeah, I'm sorry.
They're gonna go ahead and take you down now. You're gonna go to the Fairfield County Jail.
Or they gotta go ID.
You're gonna go to your ID unit and then you'll go to the Fairfield
Bound for
County
ID,
Jail.
and I don't think I need that one.
Okay?
And what's the charges again?
Murder.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
LaQuandra was charged with aggravated murder and felonious assault. Court records show she later accepted a deal and pleaded guilty to the charges. The 44-year-old was sentenced to 18 years to life behind bars.
It's just before noon in Fostoria, Ohio, where police are called to a home after a frantic father, identified as 25-year-old Joseph Bonito, reported that his infant son was unresponsive. The child, 4-month-old Carson Bonito, was transported to a hospital and pronounced deceased a short time later, but his injuries would ring alarm bells for detectives, who waste no time bringing in the parents for questioning.
So Carson's been transported. Okay, he's going to go up to Lucas County. And that process, kind of helping us answer those questions, is going to start. Okay. This is Wood County Job and Family Services. I'll let her introduce herself.
Nice to meet you. I'll be your caseworker for the next 30, 45 days or so. Could be longer, but I'll just give you more information when we get more into it. But I did have a couple questions regarding, you have another child?
Yes.
First, investigators ensure the safety of the pair's other child before pulling the mother aside to start questioning.
I did notice there were some bruises on his chest, like little spots. Do you know what those would be from?
All I know is Joey did try to do chest compressions.
Yeah, so these wouldn't have been from that. These would have been from, because they were older. So I don't know if there was some.
I'm not sure if it's maybe just when I pick him up like this. Okay. He liked doing that.
Well, sure. Okay.
Super big.
Nothing that you could think of, just know why they'd have those little tiny.
No.
Okay. But tell me about Joey as a dad. How's Joey do as a dad?
Excellent. He's a very good dad. He did amazing with our first son. We have had a little bit of problems with our first son being throwing his toys at Carson. And so we did have to take a lot of his harder toys away. Sure. Breathing actually could be from that.
The detective mentions some minor bruises that the woman, who says she was working at the time of the incident, explains could have been caused by her other child. But soon enough, investigators reveal the true extent of the infant's injuries that suggest something more sinister may have occurred.
Have you ever seen Joey lose his temper or anything like that with the baby or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not with either children.
Okay. Have you ever lost your temper with a child or anything, just out of frustration?
No. No, if I get frustrated from him crying, I would sit him down or just hand it to Joey.
Okay. How does Joey work? Are you the primary?
I only work. He's on disability.
Joe's on disability. Did talk with the doctor a little bit. He could provide me some kind of basic health stuff that they noticed as they were treating Carson. So the one thing that he did notice was that he had a collapsed lung. So do you have any idea why that would have been or how that could have happened, anything like that? And I've been asking you about this stuff because this is stuff that medically they don't think could have happened from CPR or stuff like that. So
I have no idea.
Okay.
How that would have happened.
Okay. There were also the possibility of some older rib fractures that couldn't have been from today because they're like started to heal. So would you know how that would have been possible or anything like that?
I'm honest, no, I do not.
Okay.
I'm actually very shocked.
You heard that right. Detectives reveal that Carson suffered a collapsed lung and noted older injuries, including fractured ribs.
Said the only injuries that I ever knew about were when JD would throw things at me. It's the only thing I've ever noticed happen.
Sure. I think it's, and I don't say anything's impossible, but I think it's highly unlikely that a 1-year-old could cause rib fractures.
Yeah, I agree.
So, has Joey expressed to you that he was stressed out about taking care of the kids or that he didn't want you to go to work or anything like that?
Yeah.
Sure. Sure. And
not because of the kids.
Yeah.
I guess you when I was home, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. It's always easier too, for sure. For sure. What, did he say specifically about that or?
No.
Next, investigators bring Joseph in for questioning when his original claim of not knowing what happened starts to unravel.
So he goes down for a while, you get back up, bottle, burp, that all happens.
After he burps, I lay it down.
Okay. And he's like down.
Yeah,
sure.
He was content.
Where at? You lay back
in the bassinet.
So the little bassinet in the living room, you lay it back down in there, and then what?
And he fell asleep for me. I didn't hear nothing, and then I took a nap again.
Okay.
And then when I woke up, that's that one message I showed you. I kind of word things wrong sometimes. I sure apologize for that. But when I messaged my wife, that's when I wasn't like, I didn't get up to actually get quite yet. Okay. Which when I messaged her, let her know, hey, I'm getting up and I'm going to get him fed.
Okay. Okay.
And that's when I saw him like that. I took him out of the crib. I put him on the couch and I tried to do chest compressions.
Okay. So describe to me what you saw when you looked in the crib.
When I looked in the crib, there was, I don't know what it was. There's brown on his face.
Okay.
And he was pale.
You wake up, you see him, you're obviously concerned what's going on.
Yes, I was absolutely wicked out. I was shaking. I didn't know what to do.
You're right.
Just feel like I failed as a father.
I'm a dad too, Joey, and these things can happen to anybody.
I tried so hard to save him. When I tried to resuscitate him, but it wasn't enough.
Okay.
It's just hard. I've never in my life ever thought of such hard.
Yeah. So once you knew, obviously, he had some concerns for his health, you called?
Yes, I called.
Yeah.
My wife.
Yep. And then
it was 911 because she was the one on the phone that told me to call her. Because she was concerned.
Yeah. Okay. So you actually physically talked to her?
Yeah.
And then she said, call her.
Yes.
And then also?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it.
Yeah, I saw the messages. Yep.
I'm just trying to be as cooperative with you guys as possible.
No, I appreciate that. So the doctor did tell us a couple different things as far as Carson and his kind of some concerns that you had.
Yeah.
So some of the concerns that he had were some injuries to Carson. Could you tell me about those? Did you know anything about any?
Well, the only injuries that I would know about is our one son. He gets a little rough sometimes, and he'll take his hard toys and actually start
hitting them with them.
Yes. Okay. We had to get rid of those.
Okay. Did you notice any bruising on Carson on his chest or anything?
No.
Okay. He did have some small bruising on his chest.
Okay.
Do you have any idea where that could have came from, really?
That could have been from his brother grabbing on, to be fair, because he gets grabby.
Okay.
And he goes, when he grabs, he goes like...
He's like pinching?
Yeah, he pinches.
Joseph also points some blame toward the pair's toddler, but investigators aren't exactly buying his story.
Really hard.
Okay. So the doctors explained that obviously they had some concern with the bruising.
Yeah.
But their larger concern was that there were some rib fractures, and they're called older rib fractures. So there were fractures that had occurred, but it started to heal. So it's not anything.
Sometimes when I go to pick them up, I sometimes don't realize I'm picking them up a little hard. So that might have been from me picking them up a little too hard sometimes, and I don't need to do it.
Okay.
It's a genuine mistake.
Sure. Okay. So you also noticed a collapsed lung. And you're any concern about his neck or anything?
His lungs been really rasped.
Okay.
The past, I think it's been a few months, he's been really raspy.
When do you think the last time was that you might have grabbed him up a little?
It might have been yesterday by accident.
Okay.
Because I was a little drowsy.
Sure.
I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Joseph admits to picking up his 4-month-old, quote, a little hard shortly before his death. But later, a police report shows that the 25-year-old would admit to shaking the infant as well.
Do you think possibly yesterday you might have grabbed him up a little hard?
I think it might have been. Now I feel really about it.
And
if that's the case.
Well, hear me out. So they're not saying that it had any cause to Carson's death. Okay. They're not saying that. These are just things that they noticed that they're asking if I can help figure out why they're there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, the fractures, yeah, that might have been from me accidentally picking them up sometimes.
Okay.
I really didn't mean to do it.
What time would that have been yesterday, you thought?
Oh, yesterday? That would have probably been around... My wife was asleep during this time. It was probably around like 12:25.
Okay, so around 12:25
is when I had to.
But you picked him up.
Picked him up, yeah, and then I was gonna go feed him a bottle and make his bottle up.
Did you pick him up? Did you put him back down? Did you kind of like give him a little quit crying thing, or how? Describe that to me.
No, when I went to go put him down, I have a problem where I lose function in my hands sometimes.
Okay.
And it could have been from when I was going to put him down to it. My hands gave out.
Okay. So it might have been a little unintentionally picking him up or putting him down.
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me, were we a little frustrated? Were we a little tired? You said
I was drowsy. It was hard to keep my eyes open, and usually around that time it's hard for like anything to really process the right way.
Yeah. Into today, how did he act today then? Was there any concerns on you did today?
He was all smiles this morning when my wife got up, got ready for work, and I had him fed around that time. He was all smiles. He was cooing, laughing at us.
So no, you didn't recognize any discomfort?
No, I didn't recognize any discomfort at the time, no.
Okay. Was there a time that you did recognize some discomfort prior to when you found that he was in distress?
Maybe I heard a slight wheezing from him, but I went to go check on him that time, but it didn't seem like anything was.
Had you ever done that before? Like
no,
personally?
No.
Okay.
That was the only ever time.
Okay. Do you know if Mom has ever done that?
No. She loves the kids way too much to ever do anything like that. I'm trying to work with you guys too. I know that this really messed me up in my head today.
Oh yeah, there's no way that it couldn't.
And now I can't get the image of my child's face out of my head.
Now, detectives want to know more about the timeline of today's events after they note something is not adding up.
I want to just kind of talk about the timeline again today.
Yes.
So, I'll be honest, my concern is that because of the way Carson was when he was brought into the hospital, that he could have passed well before 11:30.
And that's why I said everybody, I was just taking a nap, and that's when I woke up. They sent the message you read.
Yeah.
My wife. That's when I woke up, and I was going to get him, and that's what I realized.
Okay. To me, it seems like you took a nap. You messaged her that you were up, and I guess my concern is that the messages that you sent her about checking on him, maybe you didn't actually do those things, and you were, just letting him sleep or letting him rest, and he wasn't fussing, so you weren't checking on him.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was saying up rest.
Okay, sure. And babies need to sleep. So, but I guess my kind of point that I'm making is, so you're saying telling her on Facebook they checked on him, but did you actually go physically look at him?
No,
Yes,
yes, I did actually go check
Okay.
to make sure he was okay.
Okay.
I'm not gonna just like say, oh yeah,
Well,
I'm gonna check.
yeah, and I'm not saying, I want to know if you didn't check on him as frequently as you say. That's okay, because he was, you thought he was sleeping.
Yeah. Which I did. I thought he was sleeping. Sure. Did go to check on him. He seemed fine.
Okay.
Checked on him.
And when you're checking on him, you're peeking passing out.
The last time I went and checked on him it was the time that really freaked me out.
Of course. But tell me when, between 6:20 when she left, when you physically picked him up and knew that he was alive.
I picked him up. It was at around...
You're okay. And Joseph, if you didn't pick him up, it's okay to tell me that too. If he was in that crib the whole time, but from when she left to when we got there, that's okay too. It doesn't mean that you're a bad dad. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. But these are the things I gotta know, because the way his body was, I think he had been there a while. I think he had been there longer than what you're telling.
Yeah. I might have.
Just it's okay. But you gotta tell me, man. I gotta know these things.
Yeah, he might have been laying in there for a minute while I was asleep, but like I said, I didn't even know.
How would you know? I'm not saying you shouldn't have known. Hey, Joe. Just about ate that. So when she left at 6:20, did you ever?
No, 6:20, yes, I did.
Okay, I did. So between 6:20 and when we got there at 11, or when you found him at 11:44, you can't tell me for sure that he was alive.
I'm not gonna do for sure, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
I'm not asking you to. It's okay. If you haven't got to sleep and the baby's quiet and resting, I'm not doing anything different as dad.
I know, but I just feel like a male.
There were some. So, and if just to clarify, so when you're sending these messages that Carson was fed and changed, you didn't feed him and you didn't change him. He was resting and you left him to rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was resting.
Yeah.
And it was just more to try to relieve my life.
Sure.
But he was asleep during those times for him.
Asleep or possibly passed away. You thought he was sleeping. Possible.
Yeah.
Joseph is escorted to a waiting area while investigators discuss their next steps. But soon enough, Joseph learns he's not getting off so easily.
Hey, Joey, we got to chat for just a second. Okay, so I talked with our prosecutor's office, and with everything that's going on, we are going to charge you tonight. You're going to have to spend a little time in jail. Okay. So I'm working on what they're going to charge you with, but they're looking at a child endangerment for right now. So we're going to cover it off. Okay. And we're going to end up going to Wood County tonight. Okay. All right. Just go ahead and put your hands behind your back. Officer Jason's going to handle that part.
Put them together like you're praying?
Yeah. You got cigarettes with you? You got cigarettes with you? Okay. Did she have something you can smoke? Okay.
Not too tight.
I'll try to find a cigarette.
Hold on, let me loosen this a little bit. This one's too tight.
Just stay here. If you want to go that way with him, just to the end of the hallway, I'm going to take them around and take them back up to the lobby. And then we can just book him in back here.
You want me to stand over there then?
Yeah, just go down the hall for a minute.
I'll be able to get a cigarette, right? I'm not trying to bother you.
No, I was gonna say, me personally, I don't know if the detective is doing that right now.
One of them's a child endangerment, and because it resulted in Carson's death, the other one's a murder charge. Okay. So those are the two charges. So one's an F2 and the other one's an unclassified felony. So that's where we're at. These are your copies. Okay. So I'll give them to you and you can look at them.
How that happened to him.
You're gonna go to Wood County tonight, okay? And then you'll have an arraignment tomorrow. So.
Is there any way I can talk to my wife or anything?
You'll be able to make calls at the jail. Officer Miller's gonna take you to the jail.
Okay.
Make calls from the jail.
Did you ever get my nicotine baby?
No, they didn't have it. Sorry, man. We gotta quit anyway, so that was a good time.
All right, do me a favor, set the paper on the table, put your hands behind your back for me. Put them together like you're praying.
Joseph was booked for murder and child endangerment. Court records show he later accepted a deal and pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter in 2 counts of felonious assault. The 25-year-old was sentenced to 25 to 31 and a half years behind bars.
There are 2 people in Ohio who've now been indicted on very serious felony charges after 3 young children were found in their homes starving. The kids are ages 9, 8, and 6, and I'm told the children were so thin and scrawny, particularly the 9-year-old boy, that they looked like concentration camp victims. I told you about Angel Holland and Aaron Stalling recently. They faced charges of felonious assault and child endangering. And we now have body-worn camera footage of police responding to the house where they lived in a village called Elmwood Place near Cincinnati. We'll look more closely at that in a few minutes. But let's go back to the very, very beginning. The case begins on September 13th when Aaron Stalling called 911 and said his son was having trouble breathing.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
Cincinnati, Ohio, 45219.
What was the street?
Helen Street.
What's the first letter of that?
H.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, Helen.
Okay, and Elmwood, is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
What's your name?
Aaron.
And a good phone number for you?
513-9439.
Okay, what's going on today?
My child isn't breathing, or he's having a hard time breathing.
How old is he?
He's 9.
Okay, and is he breathing, or is he not breathing?
He's breathing heavily. He seems to be really weak.
The 911 call taker continued to ask questions about the 9-year-old boy's condition so she could tell medics what they were walking into.
Okay, all right, I have him dispatched for you. I just have a couple questions to ask. Is he able to speak in full sentences?
No, he's not speaking at all.
Okay, does he have to sit up to breathe?
No, he can't. He's not responding.
Okay. Does he have a rescue inhaler?
No.
Okay, does he have any kind of illness related with having trouble breathing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, is he prescribed oxygen at all?
No.
Okay, and that's him in the background?
Yes.
Okay. How long has this been going on?
I don't know. Maybe about 5 minutes. I heard his breathing was kind of labored. So I went to check on him, and he just seemed out of it and wasn't really responding.
Okay. But his chest is rising and falling. He is breathing. He's just having trouble breathing.
I don't know. It's like he's not breathing. I don't know.
Okay, can you tell me if his chest is rising and falling?
No, look, hold on. What? Is his chest rising and falling?
The call taker continues to ask questions and she gets more information.
Okay, we do have him on the way for you, okay? If anything changes at all, if his breathing gets any more labored, give us a call back, okay? Do you want any medical instructions before they arrive?
Yeah, is there anything I can do?
Just don't give him anything to eat or drink. Make sure he tries to stay calm. Try to get him in whatever position is more comfortable for him to breathe. He might be more comfortable sitting up. Make sure he doesn't try to talk and exert himself. If he takes any medication, just gather it and give us a call back if anything changes, okay?
So medics raced to the house on Helen Street for this sick little boy, and what they found was awful. When the police officer arrived, EMTs were already in the house trying to help the boy.
5 Lincoln 11, logging a public service.
What's going on?
Call 13, an animal complaint. This Sky Zone 11745 common. The dog inside of a deep break clean. 67, 69. All the windows are up. Call 13.
13. Hey, William 11, I'm 27.
Copy.
Vid CPR. Check his breathing. As soon as that medic gets here, just tell him the CPR right now.
Okay. You said tell him that CPR.
Copy.
As the officer walks out of the house, EMTs are performing CPR on that 9-year-old in a room. You only perform CPR when someone's breathing has stopped or their heart has stopped beating. It doesn't get any more serious than this.
Need compressions?
Frank 11, switching to channel 2 for 38.
I don't know what's going on right here.
Hello. I need you. Alright, everybody. Sorry. Oh. 30. Come on, buddy. Does this have a pulse?
The EMTs, they need additional equipment to help this boy.
Hey, you help me carry something?
All right.
resuscitate him, so take this down.
The EMTs continue to work on reviving the boy, and eventually they get him to the point where they feel that they can move him to the ambulance and get him to the hospital.
We'll bring him out here. Bring him right to the bus. All right. We'll bring him out.
Well, last night, but the night before, he said he needed to use the restroom, and he did, and he had tripped. But other than that,
You could hear Angel Holland in the background of that clip saying the night before last, the boy had gotten up to go to the restroom and he had tripped. Police then spoke to her at the hospital about the food in the house.
So, like, my food is kept in my kitchen, in the fridge. Fruit I put on the table. I mean, like, it's not like locked up or anything now.
A police officer then asks Angel Holland whether she cooks 3 meals a day.
So for breakfast, what do they eat? Like, what meal do you typically cook?
I cook dinner mostly.
Okay.
For breakfast, oatmeal, different things. Cereal, fruit, toast. It just really depends on the day.
Is there ever any time where you don't have food in the home, like for breakfast or anything like that?
No.
Okay, you always have cereal or oatmeal, you always got something to make it readily get to.
Who else is in the home besides you and the children?
My boyfriend and my
What's the boyfriend's name?
Aaron Spalding.
How do you spell the last name?
STALLING.
Does he take a caretaking role over the children?
Sometimes, but not really. I mean, he helps with them, yes. Like, I've had them since they were little, so, like, they call him dad because they see a man around, but, like, other than that, like, he helps. They go to other type of things, so yeah.
How do you guys split up, like, the household responsibilities?
For a while, we were living as roommates, which is very complicating to explain.
Do the children have any sort of responsibilities in that respect?
I mean, help clean up after themselves, or when they're done, like eating, if there's a mess, they'll help. Sometimes they help do the bathroom trash, like nothing major, but things they're able to do.
You said that the kids call you your dad.
I mean, they call me mom as well.
What kinds of things does Aaron do to help out with the children?
Well, play games, just different things.
How do you delay the sort of medical emergencies? Do you or Aaron have any sort of financial advice or facilities?
Real quick, too, since I'm involved now, I got a Miranda here, by the way, because I'm involved. All right, so I give you Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to an attorney during questioning. If you waive your rights, you understand, if you waive your rights and don't talk to us, you can do that, and you can revoke your rights at any time. Do you understand? You don't have to answer any of our questions without legal representation.
Okay.
If you want to cease the interview at any time, you can. Do you understand? No?
Yeah, so I can just say I don't want to answer any questions.
Then you can get a lawyer at any time.
And if I don't have the money for one, then
One will be appointed to you if you qualify, yes.
The social worker goes on to tell Angel Holland that if she doesn't answer their questions, then they will take custody of the kids. Eventually, Holland and Aaron Stalin were taken into custody. They were both booked into the Hamilton County Justice Center on those initial charges of felonious assault and child endangering. They both went through the typical process of being fingerprinted and searched at the wall at the jail, and they had their mugshots taken. An affidavit revealed medical staff determined the 9-year-old was critically ill with a core temperature below 80 degrees, severe malnourishment, and a weight of 30 pounds. The child's custodian, Angel Holland, reported having custody of him since 2020, stated that he complained of a stomachache 3 days earlier, and admitted no medical care was sought after a recent fall. She stated she was preoccupied with another child the day of the incident. A normal body temperature is around 98.6 degrees. The affidavit also details what the detective said Aaron Stalling told them. Also present was Aaron Stalling, Ms. Holland's live-in boyfriend, who admitted hearing the boy having trouble breathing. When told of the boy's condition, he responded, "We feed him." The detective said doctors confirmed that the 9-year-old boy was severely malnourished, showed signs of physical abuse, and was still in critical condition 3 days later. The younger siblings, ages 6 and 8, were also malnourished and were hospitalized. The affidavit continues. A search warrant executed at 5626 Helen Street resulted in the recovery of multiple items of evidentiary value, including bungee cords, a belt, and soiled towels observed inside a vehicle registered to Ms. Holland. So to discuss this case, I want to bring in a defense attorney who's based in Cincinnati. This case could very well land in his lap. His name is Bill Gallagher. He's handled many, many, many types of cases over the years. So Bill, this is a horrific case. We have body-worn camera footage showing these EMTs running into the house, performing CPR on this boy, whose breathing is labored. Either his breathing has stopped or his heart has stopped. That's when you perform CPR. Right. He's 9 years old. He weighs 30 pounds. He's a poor kid, is a mess. He looks like a concentration camp victim from what I was told when they found him. My God, what do you do with this case?
Well, I mean, the first thing we got to do is not jump to conclusions first. We're going to have to talk about which person I represent as well. But, I need to see medical records. It's not about the weight, but, there are children who do have medical conditions who can't process proteins or can't process food properly. And I'm not saying that the kids didn't deserve some medical treatment earlier, but it is a question about whether or not this qualifies as things such as a felonious assault, which is knowingly trying to cause harm to somebody, and the more serious of the two, child endangerment, which really is requiring a sort of a reckless causing harm to somebody. Those are the two things I'm really interested in: medical issues, as well as the state of mind issues that come with some of those more serious charges.
So we have the kids, all three of the children, according to the documents we've obtained from, the courts, say that all three of the children were underweight and malnourished. The 9-year-old, though, my God, was in really bad shape when 911 was called. I mean, thank God they even called 911, because the kid was having labored breathing and he was a mess. These children also, it's my understanding, we're not in school. A lot of times the schools will be the first line of defense. They'll see that something is terribly wrong. And sadly, to me, it's sad, but it's the truth. A lot of kids, they eat at school. That's where they get the bulk of their food. So there's a lot going on here, Bill. I mean, if these kids were not even in school, that's a problem.
It is. What's also, we don't know much yet about mom and dad. And what I mean by them is this, or I should say mom and boyfriend. What we don't know about mom is basically where is she functioning? Where is she in terms of her overall cognitive ability? Where is she mentally? Those could also be factors that are interfering with what's going on here. And we don't know that yet. Obviously, the pictures and the stories and everything have everybody really, really concerned and outraged in what happens, because nothing bad should ever happen to a child. And I get that. But I don't want to jump and assume that these parents, this mother and boyfriend we're doing this intentionally or we're doing this knowingly. There could either be one, a reckless state or a negligent state instead, or second, there may be some cognitive issues with the both of them. And we just don't know that.
What I find interesting here is that Angel, she was the custodian. She, custodial mother. The kids called her mom, but these were not her biological children, but she had custody of them. Now, she had a biological child in the house. She's not accused of mistreating or harming this biological child of hers. So I think that's important. There's a distinction there. So I think that the prosecution will say, well, she wasn't charged with harming her biological child. She's accused of harming the children she had custody of.
Correct.
So don't you think that that's a bad fact, as defense attorneys say, for this couple?
It's obviously a very challenging fact. There's no doubt about it. If there's disparate treatment or disparate results, that's always an issue for any defense lawyer to have to deal with if there is unequal treatment. You're absolutely right. That is a problem.
From the little bit we know about this Angel Holland, she appears to have been the primary caregiver. She has this boyfriend. He's also charged, obviously, because he's in there. He's in the house. The kids call him dad because he's in the house and he's a father figure, despite him not being their father. So he's still the guy in the house. He still has a responsibility, if he's the father figure in the house and living with these kids, to ensure that they're not starving and living in an unsuitable and abusive environment, right?
Well, that's going to be another challenge. I think that's going to be the bigger challenge, I think, for the prosecutors. There's one thing about being the guardian, right? Somebody who the courts or someone else has legally turned the children over to. But no one turned these children over to the care of Angel and her boyfriend. Her boyfriend, I don't know the facts yet, how often he's over there and everything. Just because the kids called him dad doesn't necessarily put upon him this obligation to the same level it would be mom. There are other charges that might go along with, in terms of, as you might know, there's a difference between someone drug dealing and someone permitting drug dealing to occur. So there may be something to distinguish the boyfriend's culpability from mom's or from Angel's culpability. He just doesn't have that necessary legal obligation. That's going to be, unless you can prove he was acting, and the Latin term is loco parentis, in place of the parent. And that's what the charge alleges, is that he was also acting as a parent in all of his acts and deeds.
Well, he does refer in the 911 call to the 9-year-old boy as his son. He says, my son.
Right. No, I get that. And what I'm saying is those are all challenges. What you're throwing out is clearly challenges for it. I just think that it just takes it is a little bit more difficult, I think, or will prove a little challenging for the prosecutors, who are going to have to get really, really deep, I think, in terms of how often he was there, what was his involvement with the children, to prove that in loco parentis. Angel's much easier. She's the guardian. A legal paper will prove that, whether she was there all the time or not. But for him, you're going to have to prove that he was basically acting as a father, not just calling himself a father, but acting as a father or acting as a guardian would be.
Most definitely. But I do find it interesting. I mean, it seems like they were living as a family unit in this home. It's just a horrific case. Thank God that those kids they got out of there. And another thing too, that just kills me, Angel and Aaron, they look like they've been eating. They look healthy. So it's like, my God, what's going on? And Angel's telling the cops, and the social worker at the hospital, like, depending on the day, it's oatmeal, fruit, cereal on the table. I'm not hiding food, stuff like that. Like, I mean, it's like, like,
well, I think
kids gotta eat. Kids have to eat. They're growing.
So I think, you're going to obviously have medical people, but you're also going to have, the 9-year-old at least, right? In terms of a relator of what were meal times like? How was that going on? Were you being restricted? Were you being refused? I mean, those are all things that still have to be investigated and developed, but you're absolutely right. And it may be, who knows? I mean, we're really, really early on in this. And I'm, for one, just really don't just want to jump to the conclusion that they're both absolutely guilty of everything the prosecutor says that they're guilty of, and we'll just proceed to punishment. We've got to slow down a little on mine.
Understand completely. They are innocent until proven guilty of each and every charge. They have the rights that everybody else in this country charged with a crime have. So I'll be interested to see how the case progresses. Bill Gallagher, thank you so much as always for your time and your expertise.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
Now, when I first told you about this case, I spoke with forensic psychiatrist Dr. Daniel Bober about it. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
There are over 500,000 victims of child maltreatment in the United States, which includes abuse and neglect. And the most common type of child maltreatment is neglect, which is failing to provide for your child's basic needs, physical, emotional, educational, and medical. So whereas abuse is an act of commission, neglect is an act of omission. It means doing something versus not doing something. And this is probably one of the most horrific cases I've ever seen.
Angel Holland and Aaron Stalling are being held on those charges as they await trial. A benefit was recently held to help the children, and I hear that their condition is improving. Thank goodness.
All right, come on. Put her in your car? Yeah, I got it.
A mother taken to jail and charged after her baby boy dies, but it may not be what you think. The baby's father is also picked up by deputies.
So I'm assuming this Olivia's not living in hydrogen anymore. Don't know.
I go through the allegations made against Olivia Palmer and Daniel Brose and where the case stands now. They are accused of violating their duties as parents to care for that baby and to give him a safe place to live. Jasper Miles Brose was a little more than 2 months old when he died on April 9th. This photo is from his obituary, which was posted online. Now, one of the things about this case that is so disturbing and so sad is that it was entirely preventable given the facts we know about what happened. This case is out of Claremont County, Ohio. It begins in the Highview Estates, a mobile home park about 26 miles east of Cincinnati. An incident report states that Olivia Palmer called 911 and said that her child was unresponsive and had blood coming out of his nose. The baby was rushed to Claremont Mercy Hospital, but nothing could be done to save him. Little baby Jasper died. Part of the incident report is blacked out. It's redacted. It likely includes what Olivia Palmer and the baby's father told deputies and detectives. Now, this all happened, as I mentioned, back on April 9th. The parents, mother Olivia Palmer and the father, Daniel Brose, they weren't charged until this month. The sheriff said in a news release, detectives executed a search warrant and seized multiple items to include drug paraphernalia and electronics. Detectives interviewed both parents as well as others that lived within the home. Further investigation performed by detectives included subsequent search warrants on both the seized electronics and social media accounts. Detectives discovered Palmer was not truthful with the offense transpiring the night before the incident and also located videos of her appearing to be impaired. Palmer admitted she was impaired while co-sleeping with the infant and Brose in their bed. So the grand jury heard evidence in the case and returned an indictment charging each with child endangering. That's a third-degree felony, but not another charge related to baby Jasper's death. That child endangering statute states, no person who is the parent, guardian, custodian, person having custody or control, or person in loco parentis of a child under 18 years of age, or a child with a mental or physical disability under 21 years of age, shall create a substantial risk to the health or safety of the child by violating a duty of care, protection, or support. It is not a violation of a duty of care, protection, or support under this division when the parent, guardian, custodian, or person having custody or control of a child treats the physical or mental illness or disability of the child by spiritual means through prayer alone in accordance with the tenets of a recognized religious body. So that doesn't seem to apply here. Olivia Palmer was picked up by deputies at another home, not the mobile home where the baby died.
All right, come on. Put her in your car? Yeah, I got it. She's not been passed down that quick.
She have 15.
Yeah.
She have 15s already.
Yeah. Could be an automatic.
All right, we confirmed them already.
We have not confirmed.
All right.
What's 15?
A warrant?
No.
You know what your warrant's for?
Child endangerment. I only know of warrant.
It could be. I don't know. When I say warrants, it's just a general term. Sometimes there's more than one. All right, I'm just gonna kind of make sure you don't have anything in your pockets. Okay, so you do have a vape. We're gonna put that up front here with me, okay?
Can I hit it one more time?
Okay. How you do it? Is there anything on you before we take you to jail that's going to get you in trouble when we get in there? They will pat you down. They're probably going to do a search.
Say there a lighter or 20 maybe in my bra.
I'm not worried about it. I'm saying it's going to get you in trouble.
Oh, no.
Okay. No drugs? No weapons?
No.
Okay.
No, we're good.
I can, yeah. Turn around for me. I'm going to change out cuffs and put you in mine, okay?
Yep.
So Olivia Palmer, she looks a little confused there as she looked into the back of the cruiser. The deputy is changing the handcuffs. Now back to the video.
Ask Ashley to get in my phone and get a number so I can call when I get there.
You got one written on your arm. I don't know what that is.
Alright.
All right, so I gotta get the other cuffs off now, okay? Get your hands up, they're gonna be at the bottom, yeah.
Urban Street Patrol request to receive another call from West Coast Bus Garage. We have fire units responding for a white SUV. Driver appeared to be passed out, back to traffic. Just keep the block button.
Right there. Okay. Go ahead, have a seat in there. Sit butt first, okay?
Yeah.
That way you don't fall down.
And then you just have her, like, I'll have to unlock my phone for her.
6.14. Want me to check on the welfare?
For who?
For Ashley or whoever can.
You need that number?
Yeah, I need to get numbers out of it.
One second here, I'll put your seatbelt on, okay? I gotta confirm your warrants as well, so.
Okay. Will you just ask them to bring me my phone? Or one of them, or maybe her kid.
What number are you looking for?
I need my mom and my dad.
Okay, so we'll get that for you. Do you have a passcode?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll bring the phone back here. We're not going to let you use the phone because you're in handcuffs. Okay. But I can manipulate the phone to do whatever it is you want me to do. But you're going to have to hang tight for me for a second.
Could you let one of them come do the phone right here, like in front of you?
Why would I do that?
Just so they can open it.
It's probably going to be me that does it.
The deputy then took Palmer to the jail so she could be booked on that child endangering charge.
To the door right there. Have you ever been here before?
Yeah.
When you walk in this door, turn right, face that window.
Can you please?
Okay, let's go. No more. Face the window here. Walk up all the way to the window. Thank you. So you said you have a lighter and a $20 bill on your bra?
I think it's in there. I think it's in the house.
I just want to make sure that they know that there might be something in there.
Very nice, sir. This is for me. I'm the man first.
Female. It is Olivia Palmer. Felony 3 and child endangering.
Serious medical or mental health issue need to be recently attempted self-harm? Do you want to hurt yourself? Did you have to make Joey get hands on you? Hey, where can I go to go? Are you currently taking any addictive substances? Are you on the opioid therapy? Pregnant that you know of? Recently murdered or lost a child last 6 weeks? What about all the innocent people that come to you? Radiation or chemotherapy in the last 6 months? Yeah, pacemaker.
She thought she might have had a $20 bill and a lighter in her bra. Obviously, I'm not checking that, but. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. We probably picked the wrong song. You should have gotten your Yeah. Such as already on it. Before I go, just stick. Such possible under there. Don't think it is. Alright, you're going up to this counter right here with blue baggins.
The baby's father, Daniel Brose, was also arrested, but it appears he and Palmer are no longer a couple based on what he said.
So I'm assuming that Olivia's not living in Hodges anymore. Don't know. I don't know what to you know her boyfriend's last name? Alright, he's gonna read the indictment to you once you get to the jail. What's your head? Hey, Kobe.
Can you attach me into Mary 30 and Mary 18's detail?
It's in tight.
No permit.
No, it does?
Yeah.
Really?
Palmer and Brose posted bail after appearing in court and pleading not guilty. So I want to bring in James Bogan. He is a defense attorney who practices in Ohio in the greater Cincinnati area. So James, I find this case a little perplexing because we're dealing with a baby who died while sleeping with his parents. The parents are charged now with child endangering, but the baby died. And we don't see any charge for manslaughter or something like that. Why? What's your feeling on that?
I find that unusual, but keep in mind, stuff is always heard at grand jury that the public doesn't see. And I'm sure that if I read the grand jury transcript, which is not available to the public, I would probably be able to answer the question why you didn't have that kind of charge. Just that grand jury proceedings are done in secret, and it takes a lot for those to be made public.
The defense attorney, though, will get the grand jury transcript, I would assume.
He's not entitled to it, actually.
Or what?
He's actually not entitled to it. If he shows a very particularized need, to put it in layman's terms, then sure, he could get it. But generally, not even the defense is entitled to it.
That's very interesting because in other states, they do get the testimony, but they have to file a motion to get it, obviously. They may not get all of it, but they may get portions of it. And it just depends on the case, I think, too, on the severity of the charges, the seriousness of the charges. But we had a little baby, a 2-month-old baby. Mom calls 911 and says, my baby is not breathing. And there's blood coming out of the baby's nose, according to the sheriff's incident report. The sheriff, in his news release, basically says, hey, the story we were told did not jibe with the evidence. You know, we looked at the electronics. There are videos of her. She is intoxicated and then was sleeping with the baby in the bed with the father of the baby, Daniel Brose. So Olivia and Daniel are the parents. They're sleeping in the bed with the baby, and the baby ends up dead with a bloody nose. So I'm just kind of at a loss here. I'm thinking to myself, what on earth, you know, besides co-sleeping could have caused this? We know that you're not supposed to sleep with babies in a bed when they're newborns like that. Up until like they're a year old, you're not supposed to be doing that because they can be easily smothered.
Yeah, again, I definitely have questions of my own, and I think the only way those could be answered is if I did see what was presented at the grand jury proceeding.
So what do you do with this case if you get it? Both parents are charged with child endangering. And basically that just means they violated their duty to provide care to this child. They did not provide a safe environment. The child was under 21 years of age. Obviously, a 2-month-old baby can't do anything to care for himself. So if you're the defense attorney, you request everything, obviously, in discovery, autopsy reports, investigation, the interviews, all of that stuff. Where do you go from there?
Do some legal research, because with the child endangering, it is you have to show it basically has to show more than just a speculative danger. However, in a situation like this, with child endangering, with smothering, this is something that's a warning that's all over the place to the public, and like big flashing lights, basically. Don't sleep with your infant. And so I don't think the speculative danger, put in layman's terms, line of case law would help as much here. You know, you basically just got to go through everything and see if there's something that is, how shall I say, missing from the investigation, or if there's something that shows that things are not the way they look on the surface. And you know it when you see it. I mean, I've had child endangering cases where I do a deep dive and I end up finding things that help substantially, but each case is different.
Well, each case is different, but I don't know if I've ever seen a case where a parent or both parents are sleeping in the bed with the baby and the baby passes away and the parents end up being charged. Maybe it's happened. I just don't recall seeing one.
Yeah, I don't recall that either. I mean, I always keep in mind there's a lot of cases that happen that don't make the news, where things that might be considered unusual happen but don't. Maybe the prosecutor's waiting on, doing a new indictment on the death. I don't know. I can only speculate. I know Mark Jacolby, he runs a very good office, and I know they look at things very thoroughly.
I just find it interesting that, this was a 2-month-old baby, obviously completely helpless. They're sleeping in the bed together. There's a lot we don't know because of the redactions in the police report. But sleeping in the bed with 2 people, the baby passes away. Horrific. I just can't even imagine discovering that, and just the poor little baby. All you had to do is put him in the crib. But it just seems like there might be more there. And if your story doesn't jibe with what you're telling the police, I mean, I'm thinking to myself, well, that's obstruction. I mean, if you told a fib and, you're intoxicated and you're not revealing that, I mean, isn't that obstructing the investigation as well? Yeah,
that kind of charge would really be the least of their problems, though. It's something that would look terrible to a jury, though. So if you're trying this case to a jury and they lied, which is a lower level offense, yeah, then the jury's definitely not going to like your client.
Well, it seems like just a really awful tragedy as far as I'm concerned. The fact that a 2-month-old baby is no longer here and just died sleeping in bed with his parents, just awful. I mean, just a sweet little baby. And now they're facing charges. I mean, child endangering, you can go to prison.
Yes, that carries 9 to 36 months.
Yeah. Felony of the 3rd degree in the state of Ohio. Both of them are free on bail. We'll see what happens. James Bogan, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
You're certainly welcome. Thank you for having me.
Both Olivia Palmer and Daniel Brose are scheduled to appear in court next month, where a trial date could be set for each one of them.
And she got close with my whole family. I mean, she was like part of our family.
Detectives grill a teacher about her relationship with her babysitter that's way too close for comfort.
Where she's staying, basically what you're telling me, living in the house.
Right.
During that period of time where you and her started a sexual relationship together.
She and I did?
Correct.
I have another female teacher to tell you about. Can you believe it? It seems like it never ends. This one is out of Ohio, and she's doing serious time in prison for having a sexual relationship with a student who was babysitting her daughter. At first, Stephanie Kellenberger denied she did anything inappropriate with the female student, but she would later admit to all of it, pleading guilty this past year to 4 counts of sexual battery and 17 counts of unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. All of those are third-degree felonies. Kellenberger lived in Richland County, Ohio. That's in northern Ohio, south of Lake Erie and between Toledo and Cleveland. On February 28th, 2024, detectives brought Stephanie Kellenberger in for a little chat. The detectives had already spoken to Kellenberger at her home, so this was actually round 2, and they started out with some small talk.
Where'd you go to school at? Okay. Where'd you go to college at?
Capital.
Okay. Down in Columbus?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you have to get your master's done nowadays for teaching?
Yeah, so I got my bachelor's and then I went back and got my master's. When I graduated, I think it was like within 5 years you had to get your master's, so I did that through Ashland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so what I'm going to show you here, this is a voluntary statement form, and like I had said out at the house, there's allegations, okay? So I'm going to read you your rights so you're totally clear on that you're on the end of the allegations and you understand your rights, okay? Am I making sense to you?
Sure.
The detective goes through Kellenberger's rights with her, and she agrees to talk with both officers about the allegations that she's had a sexual relationship with her babysitter, who was also a student.
This is a voluntary statement form. Do you acknowledge that this is your signature on here? I didn't force you, threaten you, or promise you anything to sign the form?
Yes.
And you read your rights, you understand your rights. Do you have any questions about your rights?
No.
And you wish to talk to me today?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you're an intelligent person, all right? I want to kind of cut to the chase here, all right? I know after I left your house, you made a phone call.
I did.
And you made that phone call.
Yes.
Okay. Involved in this case. And whether or not you learned that through that phone call, or I'm telling you right now, she is making the allegations in this case.
Okay.
Okay? Tell me what you know about those allegations and why I might want to speak to you today.
Well, when you came, I assumed babysat for me for 3 years. We were very, very close. And so I assumed when you said a past student that I didn't know who else it could be, so I called her.
Okay. And why would you think it was her?
Just because she'd been in my house, we were very close. I mean, we were probably best friends, which I know is kind of strange because...
Okay, and in regards to allegations, what sort of allegations do you think she would be making?
She said on the phone, said something about kissing. I mean, like I said, she was like a daughter.
Okay.
So, you know, kissing maybe on the cheek.
Okay, so you may have kissed on the cheek?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Like I said, we were very close. I mean, she would stay at my house because she babysat. We slept in the same room. You know, after all of this, and I called her, it was just kind of like, doesn't really look very good. But, you know, like I said, we were just super, super close.
All right, well, I guess let's back up then.
Sure.
When did she start babysitting for you?
Let's see, it was end of 2019. It was right before COVID.
Okay, so I guess what grade do you teach?
I teach 6th grade.
And excuse me for not knowing.
No, that's okay.
But is there more than one school in Shelby that has 6th grade?
No.
Which school is?
So it was Shelby Middle School.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And did she attend that school at that time?
She did. I think she was in 8th grade at the time, so she wasn't my student at the time.
Okay. But she was in that school in 8th grade?
In that school in 8th grade, yes.
Kellenberger will go on to reveal that she asked this student to babysit for her. This started right before COVID, so that would have been late 2019.
Yeah, she had been my student in 6th grade. I had seen her in the building. She would come and say hi to me after school, and I thought, she would be a good option for babysitter.
Okay. So you asked her to babysit?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. And then in December of that year was the first time she babysat?
It was the first time I think so, yeah. It was, like I said, right before COVID hit.
And it looked like you had a daughter when I was at the
Yes.
house.
Mm-hmm.
And how old would she have been then?
She was, she's 5 now, so she would have been 2, or let's see, 21, 18, 19, 20. 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Or 1.5, I guess.
Right. So how often would she babysit beginning in December of 2019?
Maybe, started out maybe like once every other week, and it would be like on Fridays.
Okay, so pretty regularly? Like a couple times a month, couple times a week?
A couple times a month in the beginning, and then COVID hit.
Okay.
So she actually came and stayed with us for a few months during COVID.
Okay, and just out of necessity or convenience, or?
Yeah, just because of, we were all in quarantine, and...
Okay. Did she not have a good home life, or?
Well, she didn't, but that's kind of beside the point. But
Well, I guess help me understand then, because
Yeah,
if she's if I have a 14-year-old girl, she'd be at my house.
Right. And it was, cleared by her parents and everything, but during COVID, I had to do like online trainings and things like that. So I needed somebody there to watch my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
We were all quarantined, and so it was easier for her to just stay with us.
Okay, now, did she get paid or compensated for
She did, yeah.
Okay, so what did that look like?
Gosh, I think we started out originally when she was babysitting it was like $15 an hour, and then when she came for those 3 months it was a lump sum, and I don't remember what it even was.
Did you pay her by check or just cash? Or?
Oh gosh. I don't know. It might have been Venmo. It might have been cash.
So, what it had been during her 8th grade year of 20, she was there, basically living there during the COVID time of school.
She was for about, it would have been maybe a month or 2.
That she was staying there?
That she was staying with us, yeah. And she got close with my whole family. She was like part of our family.
Okay. And then at some point she just left and went back to her mom and dad's, or?
This was so long ago. She eventually did go back, but she would still, come and babysit. And at that point she would come and she would be there for the weekend and just help me with Ava, my daughter.
Okay. So it was common for her just to come and stay for the weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Every time she would come babysit?
No, not necessarily, but it wasn't uncommon for her to stay.
Okay. So it was just common for whenever she came over to stay for the weekend, or stay for long periods of time overnight?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And did her parents know back then that she was staying extended periods of time?
Mm-hmm.
Had you had any conversations with her parents about that?
I tried to. I offered to talk with them. They didn't really want to talk with me about it, I guess.
Okay. Did you ever talk to them about it?
I don't know that I really did.
Do you know if they knew exactly that she was with you?
Yes.
You do know?
I was there when she would call them. As far as I know, yes.
Now, this is all background information, of course, and it's possible that the detectives already know the answers to some of the questions they're asking, or at least what the accuser has told them, and they're seeing how Kellenberger will answer these questions. Then they turn to the allegations that the student has made.
All right, so specifically what we're having a problem with is she's making some sexual allegations that started at that COVID time, where she's staying, basically what you're telling me, living in the house
Right.
during that period of time where you and her started a sexual relationship together.
She and I did?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that true?
No.
Okay. Help me understand why she would make that up.
I don't know. I don't know.
So she's lying?
I mean, as far as that is concerned, yes, she was at our house. You know, I don't know.
Stephanie, I started this by saying that you're an intelligent person, and my goal is not to rip apart your life.
Thank you.
Okay? But understand that it's my job to.
Sure, I understand.
And that I will.
I understand that, yes.
Should I need to.
Right.
Okay? Now, I talked to her for a couple hours.
Okay.
In great detail about the nature of her. Now, I'm not saying that you forced yourself in any manner on her. I'm not saying that she didn't willingly participate in a lot of this activity. That's not what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
Okay? What I'm saying is, maybe she was a little too young at the time.
Well, and I mean, in hindsight, she should not have been staying at my house.
And that's what I want you to be honest with me about. Because, okay, she makes mistakes, I make mistakes, you make mistakes, we all make mistakes, okay? Yeah, there's consequences for them, but I don't want to go dipping, I don't want to force myself into your life if I don't have to.
Right, absolutely.
But understand it's my job.
Yeah.
And that's why, in this case, I came right to you because I wanted to come right to you and let you know that these are my cards. You let me play them how they need to be played.
Yes.
But these are my options, okay? The allegations are that you guys started a sexual relationship her 8th grade year when she was babysitting your daughter in 2020. Okay, inside your house, all right?
Okay.
That, whatever, I don't know you and your husband's situation, but you guys slept in different bedrooms. Is that true?
Periodically we would. During COVID, I would sleep on the couch sometimes just to make it easier.
And I'm not here to do marital police either.
Right.
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
That's fine. But the 14-year-old that's babysitting your kid probably shouldn't know that.
Right. Well, I mean,
she does.
Stayed at our house. She had a room. So
but she does know this.
Yes.
Okay? Probably shouldn't.
Right.
Okay? We're sleeping in the same room as our 14-year-old babysitter that goes to the school that we teach at. Probably not the greatest decision. Okay?
Yeah.
So, does it prove some credence to what she's telling me? Yeah, it probably does, Stephanie.
Well, we did not have a sexual relationship, though.
Okay.
The detective is skeptical, to say the least. The accuser is now 16, and Kellenberger admitted to calling her after the detectives had been to her home to ask her about this. Kellenberger makes some startling admissions after the detective turns up the heat.
You're saying there was never anything physical between the two of you?
We would lounge on the couch together. You know, we would hug.
I get it. Stephanie, you and I are both adults. Okay? You know what I mean by physical. Was there any sexual contact between you and her?
No.
Okay? The allegations are that you guys side of each other. You had oral sex with each other. Okay? And that these things occurred over several years, just stopping last February.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm taken aback by that.
Well, I can imagine.
Yes.
They're very serious allegations.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's my job to get to the bottom of it.
Absolutely. I understand that. I understand.
You're saying in no way did any of that occur and that she's fabricating this story. Well, let me back up. She's fabricating only what benefits you. You see what I'm saying?
Say that again?
She's fabricating just the parts that benefit you.
Okay.
The sexual parts.
Yes.
But everything else she's telling the truth about, to me.
Well, I mean, she stayed at my house. She, you know...
Let me ask you this. Did you guys have a room upstairs where you guys slept on an air mattress together in the library?
The library is a room in my house where she slept. We have an air mattress. We had an air mattress there for her.
Okay. Not you?
No.
Just her?
I would sleep there sometimes when she wasn't there. So it was kind of like a spare room.
So you never slept in there with her?
There were a couple of times that we fell asleep.
Stephanie?
Yes.
I need you to be honest with me.
I am being honest with you.
You're
I
not.
really am. I'm sorry. I am just taken aback by all of this. I really am.
Because you're not being honest.
I am.
Stephanie, this is what we do for a living.
Okay.
And whether you like it or not, you're sitting in that seat for a reason.
Okay.
Okay? You can sit there and pretend like these things didn't happen. But unfortunately, they happened and they came to light. And I'm sorry that happened. And I'm sorry that you made these decisions. But the decisions were made. And it is not fair for you to sit there and say that none of this occurred. Do you agree or not?
I agree that if that had happened, it did not happen. Do I need to get a lawyer?
I cannot answer that for you. You do have that option.
All right. I guess I probably should. I mean,
do you want an attorney? I have to ask you that. If you want an attorney, we have to stop.
I'm sorry. This is, like I said, I'm taken aback by everything. I really am.
I understand that totally. And listen, these are your rights.
Mm-hmm.
If you want one, I cannot ask you questions, okay? We have to stop. Do you want a moment to think and I ask you in a minute?
No, I think that I want one, please.
Okay, all right. Hang tight for 1 minute for me, okay?
Yeah.
Now, you saw Stephanie Kellenberger apparently texting someone on her phone. Then she sits in the room alone. And just by reading her body language, Kellenberger appears to be concerned. She sits there for less than 2 minutes before the female detective returns to ask for her phone.
Maybe to take your phone, so that way,
because we know you called her, so just, it's something we do with everybody these days. Obviously, everybody's lives are on their phones.
Okay. I am diabetic and my sensor is attached to that, so I'm fine because I can access it other ways, but it may start beeping and going off.
Okay, all right. There's 2 options with the phone.
Okay.
First option is you can sign a consent for us to download the contents of the phone, and it would get back to you pretty quick.
Okay.
Yep. Just because, like I said, everybody's lives are on their phone. If this did not happen, and it may help us to prove that no, it didn't happen.
Okay.
There's no messages, there's no anything like that. It could be to your benefit.
Okay.
So, like I said, there's 2 options with it. One, we can sign a consent, which just means that you're giving us consent to download the contents. It would get it back to you pretty quick.
Okay.
I can't guarantee you tomorrow, but we can try sometime tomorrow.
Okay.
If you don't want to sign a consent and it's completely your choice, we would then get a search warrant for it. It would take a little bit longer, and then if we didn't have the passcode, it would obviously take however long for them to get into it. And sometimes that takes couple weeks, sometimes it takes a couple months, just depends on the phone, that kind of thing.
Sure.
So, which do you want?
I'll send the consent.
Okay, fine. All right. Same line or that?
Okay. Is there any way I can let my husband know that he won't be able to reach me?
If he, yeah, you can do it right in front of me.
Thank you.
And then we just put it on airplane mode, so it doesn't do any of that stuff while it's sending.
Okay.
And then I will just have you get the time here. Does your phone say your time?
4:51.
If you just want to write 4:51. Not much today. The 28th.
Okay.
February. And then we're at 30 North Diamond Street. And then just your signature there. And then, do you have a pass? And then we'll have him do this like top priority just because he gave us consent.
Okay.
And get it back to you. Hopefully, like I said, maybe we can drop it off tomorrow.
Okay.
Is there another phone number that you want us to call?
I can give you my husband's.
Okay. If you want to write it down there and put his name. Usually get home kind of about the same time every day.
I usually get home about 3:30.
Okay.
Although how is this going to impact my job? Like, am I going to be able to?
So obviously it would probably be something you would have to disclose to them.
Okay.
And probably better coming from you than here.
Sure, absolutely. I appreciate that.
But I don't know what their policy is, that kind of thing.
Okay.
You'd have to ask the school.
Okay.
I don't know. My assumption would be, I don't know if they'd put you on some kind of paid leave or...
But would it be possible to get some contacts out of there, like my principal's number?
Yeah.
In my phone so that I can...
Do you need to
call her?
I
don't know what I have. Right on there. Thank you.
I think that Sergeant Kingsbury is going to come in and talk to you real quick.
Okay.
Before
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks so much.
Kellenberger sits in silence, in apparent deep thought. She later consents to have head-to-toe photos taken of her at the hospital so detectives can confirm or refute the teenage girl's story based on things that she described about Kellenberger's body. Stephanie Kellenberger was later indicted on 21 counts. Prosecutors had claimed that Kellenberger groomed the student starting when she was just 13, and that the sexual battery began when the student was 14 and continued until she was 16. Kellenberger would later plead guilty to the charges. During her sentencing hearing, RichlandSource.com quoted Kellenberger as saying to the victim, "I know that during this time you were just a child and I was an adult in a position of trust. I'm responsible for everything that happened between us. Kellenberger is eligible for early release after serving 10 years, but she has to ask the judge for that, and she cannot have any contact with the victim. She'll also have to register as a Tier 3 sex offender for the rest of her life after she's released.
That is you in the video, correct?
That's Haley Campbell in the hot seat being questioned about videos involving children and sex acts.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay.
But I was forced to do it.
I know, and we're going to get into that.
I go through the disturbing police interview, and I'll tell you where Haley Campbell is now. Haley Evelyn Campbell, she's going to prison for at least a decade. It all started with a video of a woman, a child asleep on a bed, and a cyber tip that landed on a detective's desk. This case takes us to Greene County, Ohio, just east of Dayton. In July of 2024, Xenia police got a referral from ICAC. That's the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. The tip? Someone had uploaded a video, and that video showed a woman performing a sex act while a child slept in the same bed. Detectives traced that video to an apartment in Xenia, and then to a 23-year-old woman named Haley Campbell. By August, a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts, 2 for gross sexual imposition and 2 for pandering obscenity involving a minor. She was arrested and her bond set at $100,000. And then, finally, investigators sat down with Haley Campbell inside an interrogation room. What she told them, it's all captured on video. From the very first moment, the detective lays it all out. The ICAC referral, the video, how they traced it straight to her. But her response, it isn't what anyone expected.
So, did they show you everything in here is recorded? Okay, so there's a camera right up there. That's for your safety, my safety. That way, anything that we say can be misconstrued. This door exits. You can get up and leave at any time you want. It's not locked, okay? You can leave at any time you want. You're done. Just say you're done, okay? Like I told you earlier, I don't understand what you're going through. Okay, I've never been through that, but I hear you. I hear what you said.
It's not a joke.
So let me start from the beginning with how we got this. Okay. So, to be honest with you, this happened. We got this referral from ICAC. ICAC stands for ICAC, Internet Crimes Against Children. In a nutshell, what they do is anytime there's videos of pornographic nature that involve a child, they get alerted by it, and they do a little bit of investigation on their own. So there's ICACs all over the country. And then when they find out where it's occurring at, they contact the local police department. So they got a referral, came to find out it has happened where you were living, and that's when they contact us. So we got this referral about a year ago. Why we haven't touched it for over a year, I'm not going to make an excuse for that. I think the only thing I can say is, as detectives, we will have caseloads and stuff just gets pushed to the back burner.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So we started looking into it today. We saw some of the videos. Your name is attached to the referral that we got. We did a little bit more digging. You know, we found your Facebook, and then some pictures of you on the Facebook, which we believed were the same child in the videos that I showed you. Mm-hmm. Okay? So that's what brought us to your doorstep this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. So some of the questions I do need to go over with you. And we'll get into how the videos were made. And those the videos I showed you with the correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. That is you in the video, correct? Say that again.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Were those videos done at your apartment?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay.
But I was forced to do it.
I know, and we're going to get into that.
I was forced to do it. That's her story from the very first moment. Haley says she didn't make those videos by choice. She was allegedly forced to. And according to Haley, The person forcing her, she claims it was her own boyfriend, the same guy whose phone she says was full of child pornography. That's Haley Campbell's story.
Really, in reality, I don't have those videos. I was made to make them. So you need to get with who has.
So that's whose phone was used? So that was his phone that was used. Okay. So the videos are on his phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to find more than just them, too.
That's what we're getting into.
So it's nothing but child pornography. When I went through his phone, that's all I've seen. And I just instantly, after saying what he said about my sister, he was going to rape my sister, and then he demanded those videos from me.
Mm-hmm.
And I went through his phone because I felt like he was cheating on me, and I found all those videos of little kids. I was done. I was done. From there, I was done. I'm not going to be with somebody that's an opposed threat. I don't want that. I don't need that. I'm young myself, you know what I'm saying? I'm 23.
Okay.
43. So it kind of added up after that, you know?
So who is this boyfriend? Haley Campbell says they met in late 2019, early 2020. He used to live with his mom right across from Haley's place. For years, they were together. But recently, she claimed there was fighting, harassment. She tells the detective the boyfriend sent her videos of himself with other people, including, she says, young kids. So she basically puts it all on him. The detective knows he needs to keep pushing.
So take me to the beginning. How did you all meet? When did that start?
He used to live with his mom out there.
Out where?
At my house. She lives right across from me.
Oh. So, in the U shape there, you're over here. Where does mom live? Is she on the left or right?
I'm right here. The where the maintenance was sitting right here?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, well, it's on the other side right here.
Okay.
That's where she lives.
And she's currently living there?
Yeah, she still lives there, which I'm still being stalked, and that's another problem. I'm going to have to put a restraining order against her, not just. So, that being said.
Again, when did it start with you and him?
That's where I met. He was living with me.
How long ago was
met him out there, 2019.
Okay.
2020, late 2020 is when I met.
Okay.
We got together in 2020, early 2020 though. We talked for a few months, then we got together, and ever since then we've been together, but up until the past few months, we've been arguing, fighting, cussing, hollering, screaming, and I'm done with it. I just finally cut all ties, and I haven't answered him, I haven't responded, haven't texted him, answered phone calls. He's been harassing me through other numbers, everything. Anything that he can possibly do, he does it.
Mm-hmm.
Just harasses the shit out of me for no reason. He'll send me pictures and videos of him screwing other people and younger kids and just random strangers out in public, just sends me that. And it's I don't want nothing to do with it.
Where is she at now?
Living with my sister in Trotwood.
Okay.
But she's nowhere in Genie. She never comes out here. There's nothing out here for her. So she stays in Dayton or Trotwood.
What Haley says happened next, it changes everything. She describes being forced and threatened with a gun. And she says that's the only reason she made those videos, because she believed she had no choice.
So there's no other times they force you to do this, to make these videos?
No. There's been other times where either do it or don't. And I'm not doing it.
Okay.
But that one point in time, I'm dead serious. I put it on my grandmother, and she passed away. She's gone. I put it on my grandmother. He put that 45 in my mouth and told me if I don't do it, I'll take my life or take my sister, or even possibly come.
Okay.
And I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to put other people's lives at risk. I'd rather take my own before my sister.
The detective keeps pressing, and he wants to know where the boyfriend was when those videos were made. Her answer? In the house. Just the two of them. She says it started as a regular day until he got angry. And when he did, he didn't just yell. She claims he threatened her.
And I know I asked you this question out there and you got pissed off with me. When these videos were being made, where was he at?
In the house.
Okay, I understand in the house? Was the bedroom with you?
Yeah, in and out.
Okay, just in and out. All right. You the only one there? Anyone else?
That was it. I don't let nobody else in my house. And I only let him in there because we were just hanging out, you know what I'm saying? It was just a regular day up until the point where he gets pissed off and threatens me, and...
Why did he get pissed off?
I don't know, I'm mentally ill. Honestly. I mean, listen, I know I got a mouth, and I know I like to push people, but you don't, there's an extent to that. You don't threaten people's lives. I've never threatened anybody's life. I mean, yeah, I might get pissed off, I might say, you or something, but I've never said, hey, I never do this in somebody's mouth and be like, I'm about to shoot you if you don't do this. I don't do that. I'm not that type of person. Like, I'm just sickening, bro. I don't even really like to talk about it. I don't really like to think about it. I'm trying to move past it. I'm trying to get away from it. Like, I'm traumatized by it.
Was it about a year ago, over a year ago, when these videos were made?
It was a little over a year.
A little over a year.
Yeah, probably 2 years.
Okay.
I would never purposely do that. It's sick.
The detective steps out. Haley makes a phone call, and what follows is raw, angry, and completely unfiltered. You can hear her say she's furious that this is all coming up now, just when she says she thought she was moving on with her life. She talks about the gun, the alleged threats.
So, basically...
Yeah, I just kind of got the whole rundown from your mom.
Basically, so because I'm trying to move on and get away from her, so it harasses me, bro, and it's even worse.
It's fine, we'll take care of it.
No, because now I feel like a piece of shit, man. It's just not right.
Yeah, it's...
No, you bring it up at the wrong time, like, you bring it up at the wrong time, it's inaccurate now. You know what I'm saying? You really threatened my life, you really had a gun in my mouth and pulled the trigger and everything. What?
Yes, your mom was asking me for something, I was just like, myself, yeah. You calling up?
I'm pissed off, like, you threatened my life, you threatened my sister, you literally pulled the trigger with a gun in my mouth and told me I had to do something, or it was my life, or my sister's, or... So, yeah, I mean, I'd rather risk my own life versus somebody else's, of course. But now you bring it up 2 years later, bro. I'm about to turn this around and throw it right on you, and you're about to go down.
Do it. I'm not joking. You just screwed your livelihood. You can put it in the dirt now.
Thank you.
Whether it's through the prison system or what.
Bro, I cannot believe it. It's me.
The call continues, and the weight of the situation, it's settling in. There's now a CPS investigation. She's worried about her child. She's angry, frustrated. A search warrant is being executed at her house, and she says she's terrified of what they might find.
So now I have an open investigation with CPS that I'm not allowed to have my fucking...
Hey. Seriously, listen to me. Didn't we get you through the last spot? Through a tough time? We'll get you through this one too, okay?
Bro, I can't keep going through
When
this.
you and your sister attacked you and the cops were coming and you were freaking out. You're going to be completely fine on this. And we will do whatever we can to take care of you on this, alright?
Bro, I cannot fucking believe this shit.
I know, and I can't either, and I think it's bullshit, but will you listen to me? I know you didn't want to last time, or believe me, but I promise you, we will get through this, and you'll be completely fine. Okay?
I'm so mad right now. I'm so on fire inside.
I know you are, and that's a very, logical thing when it comes to emotions and whatnot with your family. I get that.
Bro, then mom wanna pull in when the cops are standing at my door and just stare at me. You know exactly what the going down. Son called the cops on me.
Yeah, and I know he works, I know what car drives. I just need to know a few more things, and I will take care of this.
Bro, I cannot believe it. Why do this, bro? All because because I'm moving on, bro. I'm done. I don't want to be with him anymore. So you the wrong one. No, not only do I not get to see her, but my mom had to leave work knowing that she can't leave work, knowing that she couldn't leave work because she's about to get in trouble for leaving it. Yeah. I already know. Trust me, she was the last person I wanted to call, but I couldn't call you because they're not going to let you take it. You're not the legal guardian. Well, the other person I could have called was but still irrelevant. He doesn't have custody either. Oh, it's going to take a couple months. That's not how CPS works. Well, they literally issued a search warrant for my house, and they're going through my house right now as we speak. There's so much in my house, I couldn't tell you what is in there and what's not. There's so much stuff in that house, I couldn't tell you what is and what's not in there. No.
When the detective comes back, the questions turn technical. The videos in question, they weren't made on an iPhone. They were made on an Android. She has a new iPhone now, a new cloud. And as you will hear her say, she uses it for OnlyFans. But those videos, she says they're not on there.
Well.
A couple more questions. So you said you always use an Android. What is that, an Apple? Do you always use Apple?
I've had this Apple for a minute now, but
How long
I don't
have you had
always use it. Probably a year, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. Not even that. It's new. I just got it from Spectrum, and I'm paying it off.
What did you have prior to that one?
An Android.
An Android?
Yeah.
Do you know which one?
Mm-hmm.
Do you still have it in the apartment?
Yeah, but it's broke. See, the screen won't turn on.
Okay.
Like, it's got one of them buttons on the back, and I don't know what happened. I think I dropped it or something, or it got exposed to water, but the screen won't come on.
Okay.
Like, I could hook it up to something probably and get, like, pictures or something off of it, but there really ain't nothing on it.
You were saying to your mom or somebody about text messages, him threatening you. Are those going to be on that phone?
It's on my Gmail.
On your Gmail. What is your Gmail?
Hey.
Okay. Did he have access to your Gmail?
No, but I had access to my old one and it got deleted.
What was your old one?
I had that on the computer.
Okay.
Which computer ended up stolen. So I don't know where it went, but I was logged into this computer and somehow, like my old Android, it was like you can't log into this account, something that's been not recovered, but it's been something another, and I was like, I don't even know what the was going on, so I just made a new one, and then I went to my old one, like the 71, I used that back in like high school.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like I used that for schoolwork. So I just started using that one and I made a new iCloud, which is my cloud. That's the email that I use. Either that one or... But
Yeah, who's that?
That's all I use for my. The only thing I use that for is my OnlyFans to log in.
The detective notices scars on her hand, tattoos covering them. But then the questions turn back to the case.
I saw a scar on top of your hand.
Mm-hmm.
What's that from?
Road rash.
So this when your mom said you were in a bad crash when you were like 16. Is that what that's from?
Yeah.
Okay.
I almost lost my hand. It was like that big.
All your tattoos. When did you get your tattoos?
Too young. I was hiding out from my dad.
Uh-huh.
But I only got them to try to cover up these scars, but when I started, like, my scars were so bad that I couldn't cover them up. They're just now to the point where you can't really see them. Like, they were really bad. I had scars all the way up my arm.
What about the one on your right thigh there? When did you get that one? Right.
This?
Yes.
Where?
The dream catcher.
Years ago. It was right after my grandma passed away. She passed away in like 21 or 22.
Okay.
I was 21.
Alright.
All my tattoos are old though, 5, 6 years old.
Right.
Good luck with
Did your stepdad say, or your mom's boyfriend, I'm sorry, say that he's coming out to pick you up or something later tonight?
He asked me if I wanted to get out and go to the shop. My car is over there torn apart. I've been working on it. You know, it's not really my car. But I'm trying to get it together for it. I got it all wrapped up and tacked out in autism.
Oh, okay.
It's a car show car.
Gotcha.
The detective has a request. He wants to look at her phone right there. Not for the OnlyFans content, for the videos at the center of the investigation.
Like I told you before about your phone, that we're going to take it as evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you, I don't want to do that. Something everyone uses their phone, it's like their lifeline.
Yeah.
Something I'm asking you, I don't care about your OnlyFans account. I don't care about your OnlyFans videos. Would you allow me to look into your phone right now? I want to see if there's any of those specific videos. It would be confirming what you're telling me.
Well,
Do you, when you record videos for your OnlyFans, do you do it all through just the camera app?
yeah, I do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Just the camera. I try to delete it though, because I don't have enough storage. I got so many screenshots and just pictures of random. So
I think we all do.
Not 2,000 of them though.
At any time. Say stop. Okay.
I don't really care. I mean, you done seen it, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so there's a big gap from October of 21 through July of 23.
Because I didn't have an iPhone.
Okay, you weren't using iPhone at the time?
No,
So at the time, the videos that we've seen, you were using the Android?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all backed up to my Gmail account, but my Gmail account's deleted because I hacked it.
Okay.
So I got in my iCloud now, so I switched back to Apple because I thought it was tracking me on that Android. I don't know how it was. It knew where I was at all times, so. I guess really the only thing that's probably explicit on there that you would consider explicit was in the bathtub, but I thought it was funny because he had these goggles on and was laying flat and was stretched all the way out and underneath the water. He was doing good.
And who was doing that?
No.
Oh, okay.
mostly an OnlyFans picture.
Right, I understand that.
And that wasn't even at my house, so.
The conversation shifts to the search warrant. The detective asks if she'll give consent, let them search her apartment now instead of waiting.
So yeah, we are currently, one of the steps in this process, we're going to do a search warrant of your apartment. Okay.
I thought you already did.
No, we haven't done that. Because it has to be, search warrant has to be written, then approved by the prosecutor, then signed by the judge. We're currently in that approval and waiting process. To speed up this process, something I'm going to ask you, would you give us consent to go search your apartment?
Yeah, as long as I'm there, because my dog.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want nobody to be there without me being there to be able to control my dog.
Like you said, your dog didn't bark at us one time when we were there.
No, I mean, I don't being
What kind of dog?
but American hit and something else mixed with something. I forget what it was, what they said. It's like some kind of terrier or something. But he's trained well. It's not maturing because balls won't drop. One stuck in his stomach, so he gotta go get surgery. So he's still stuck in teenage years, and he likes to jump. And people take that as jumping on me, like you should take me down. But really, it's just a big baby. And I don't know. I haven't really had him around a lot of people, so.
Yeah, so I can't force you to give us consent. I'm asking you, I'm not trying to coerce you into it whatsoever.
How long is the search warrant going to take you guys?
I wish I could give you a time.
I mean, you're still going to be there today.
Mm-hmm.
The judge ain't going to tell you no, so.
Oh, no, the judge could tell us no. That always could happen.
No. I couldn't say no.
But I mean, thinking when I was just out there a couple minutes ago, we were still in that waiting process. So maybe in the time I've been here, it's changed.
You guys will be alright. It'll get approved.
So would you prefer us to wait on the search warrant?
Yeah.
Okay. I totally understand that. I would do the same thing.
Guess I could at least get the dishes out of my sink.
So, just have a seat. I don't know what the status is.
So hey, just so you know, here's what we're doing, all right? Like I said out there, we're trying to get a search warrant for your house. I don't know if you want to get approved or not. I'm throwing options out to you, all right? Because that's what I do right home. You're more than welcome to go home. If you do, obviously one of us is going to stay at your house until we're either told we have a search warrant or we don't. Or I can give you a ride somewhere else. It's up to you. I'm not saying you have to go somewhere else. I just don't know if you want to go home.
I'm going home. I gotta get dressed. I'm going to the shop. Y'all can do whatever you want to do.
Okay. It's just like I said.
I'll leave my door open for you guys. There's nothing in there for me to hide.
It's just whatever we see in the video is what we're looking for. That's all.
Might find a bowl somewhere or something from I don't know when, because I don't even smoke weed really like that anymore. So it's legal.
Yeah, we're not worried about that.
There's nothing in my house though.
There's no guns, nothing like that.
No,
I don't have to worry about safety.
I can't even have guns out there. So
okay. I'm just worried for safety wise. That's the only reason I was asking. So, and I didn't know if you actually left a gun somewhere. So.
Absolutely not.
All right.
No.
You ready to go?
Because I have this thing for guns, and has to play with guns. I don't think I would understand you can't play with a real gun, so I definitely don't have those in my house now.
Okay. Let me grab the other detective and we'll get you right home, okay?
All right.
She decides to wait for the warrant, and the detective tells her they'll be in touch. But here's what happened after that door closed. On October 16th, 2025, Haley Campbell pleaded no contest to 1 count of gross sexual imposition and 1 count of pandering obscenity involving a minor. 2 other counts were dismissed. On January 15th, 2026, a judge sentenced her to 10 to 13 and a half years in prison. As to count 1, gross sexual imposition, a 3rd-degree felony, she was sentenced to 36 months in prison. And as to count 2, pandering obscenity involving a minor, that's a 2nd-degree felony. She was sentenced to 7 to 10 and a half years in prison. She was designated a Tier 2 sex offender. For the next 25 years, she'll have to register her address every 180 days. And according to court records, Campbell isn't done fighting. On January 30th, her attorney filed a notice of appeal. At the time of this recording, that appeal is still pending. As for the boyfriend, the one she accused of holding a gun to her head and forcing her to make those videos, public records show no charges were ever filed against him.
I don't know what exactly happened, but I went like this.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That they were supposed to be fighting. I didn't see no knife get pulled or nothing. You see her now, she bleed on her neck, guys.
It's March 2023 in a parking lot in Columbus, Ohio, where the broken bond of 2 former friends has just left one fighting for her life and another on the run.
I know. Stay back, all right? Hey, you gotta let them do their work, okay? Oh my God! Come on, guys, let's get back.
Hey, back up.
Come on, I understand.
Did anyone see what he got stabbed with? He's asking. What did he get stabbed with? You don't know? They don't know. Hey, man, just let him work.
Bro.
Yeah, see, just let him work, man. Just let him work.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That they were supposed to be fighting. I didn't see no knife get pulled or nothing. You see her now, she bleed on her neck, guys.
What's his name? You know his name? Halia Blue. Halia Blue.
That's all I know. Halia. Where's my little... What's the last name? No, I know yours.
Did anyone see it? The girl did. She's the only one. She's our only witness. Okay.
Where y'all going? Where y'all going? I'm on my way. Let's go.
Where the corner Riverside?
Girl trauma.
14.
Police and medics rushed to the scene and find 17-year-old Halia Culbertson with an apparent stab wound to her neck. The teen is rushed to the hospital while officers stay behind to talk to witnesses. Let's see what they have to say.
Man, I'm just standing right there.
You're standing right there? All right. Is that from that's his?
That's my little sister.
Okay. All right, come on. You got any ID on you, bud?
I do in my wallet, but I can give you my name, my birthday, and my social real quick.
Where's your wallet at?
In my mom's.
All right. Let's go ahead and have a seat right here.
My sister.
Is your sister that got cut?
No, she's not blood related, but I've known her since she was 12.
Okay, so a good friend of yours?
Yeah, right. Man.
So what, did you see what happened?
Man, I got that on video, man. I don't even know where the fuck she got stabbed at, bro. Slow down, bro. It was beef in the side of the square. Get it over with, bro. Country over with, Halia. Yeah, country, Halia. Country. She got stabbed right there. Saw all the blood come out, bro.
The girl in the orange is the one
The
that
girl in
got
the
cut?
orange is the one who got cut. Take that phone away from me,
All right.
bro.
Yeah, here, let me have your phone. All right, here, I got to have you sit right here, man. Hey. I need you to just hang out in here, okay?
You heard that right. One witness says he caught the entire fight on video. Moments later, another officer arrives to get a closer look.
Yeah, I didn't watch the whole video. I just saw the altercation. Okay. And then something happened. I had to put him in the car. And I don't remember what it was, but yeah, it's good video. He's standing maybe 10 feet from him, recording full HD with his iPhone.
That'll do it. These cameras are insane.
Yeah.
We have that phone secured by chance.
Oh yeah.
Airplane mode and all that good stuff.
No, not airplane.
I would put it on airplane mode just so I don't think it's going to happen because they're being cooperative, but that way there's no risk of somebody remote accessing it.
Can you unlock that for me?
You mind if I watch it real quick, buddy? Does it show the car on there at all?
Actually, it might. Hold on, come here.
Just start it from.
Am I allowed to come out?
Yeah, you're staying right there.
Hey, get off my sister, bro!
Remember, hold it.
Yep, go ahead.
Get off my sister.
Aaliyah's the one in the orange. I'm about to put my phone down, bro. Aaliyah, crunch her. Get it over with, bro. Crunch her. Get it over with, Aaliyah.
Who's Aaliyah to you?
Aaliyah, my little, she's like my sister. I've known her. Crunch her, Aaliyah. But you could tell she started bleeding before in the entire fight. You better get your girl before she get f***ed up even more.
So it doesn't have.
Okay, so I saved it down there. You could tell. That button down there saved. I might.
Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put your phone on airplane mode, buddy.
Yes, sir. You do
and
what
then
you
I'm going
need
to
to
sit
do.
right on the dash, like right where it was.
Yes, sir. You do what you need to do, man.
All right, thank you, boss.
Next, investigators check in with another witness.
You said they got in a fight. Go ahead.
They got into a fight, and as Aaliyah walked to the front door of the Jeep, I saw she had a gash on her. She got in the car, and she goes, "I'm getting nauseous." I hopped out the car. I called 911 because I didn't see the fight. I was sitting in the Jeep looking away because I can't be part of that family.
You didn't see the actual fight?
No, but I know who Brie Berrezzini is. I know her mother, and I know her address.
Okay. All right, hang out for me, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Multiple witnesses identify the stabbing suspect as now 20-year-old Brianna Berrezzini, who's nowhere to be found on the scene.
What he said.
Clear as a day. You can see their faces on video. If I would have known my sister was going to get stabbed between a fight, like I know it's bad to say,
So Bree was fighting with.
Bree and Aaliyah were supposed to be fighting while they were in the Columbus
Was this
Square.
like a planned thing or what?
No, it was random as she came in while we came in. Like it was random as
In the smoke shop?
Yeah, in the smoke shop right there.
Okay.
It just
and
happened to come in and they started going at it in the store. And Bree called Aaliyah a cokehead.
Okay.
Aaliyah's a sober, like she's a recovering addict. So she took that into great offense. You know, I don't know if you've met any recovering addicts, but like me personally, I'm one.
Who was an addict? I'm sorry.
Aaliyah. Aaliyah was an
okay.
addict. So and she called Aaliyah out on being
a cokehead.
Yeah. So like Aaliyah got mad and Aaliyah was waiting outside and they were supposed to just fight. It was supposed to just be a fight. I was there. I was supposed to be like in between it. I didn't even see a knife get pulled.
Okay.
Like, I'm not sure if it was a knife or if she had a ring on her finger and just got her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because the knife got pulled out and it was on the ground and I saw it.
What kind of knife was it?
It looked like a switchblade, like a butterfly knife type of knife. But I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
Like, if I'm going to be honest with you. But she didn't have time to pull it out because Aaliyah, like, I'm not going to lie, that's my little sister, but she smacked the out of her first. Like, you can see it on the video.
Right.
Aaliyah smacked her. All you saw from that was hands on hands. There was no like digging into pockets and pulling out and going like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
There was none of that. Because if I would have seen that, I would have already been in there and y'all would have been called sooner. we didn't know she was bleeding out till she got it back. She crunched Bree in the face. Bree was on the ground and she walked away. Aaliyah walked away, got in the Jeep ready to drive.
Right.
And she was sitting there and comes over to me and goes, she's spitting blood out of her chest. And I come over and I just see right in this area on the right or left side of her chest, shooting blood. My first reaction is take my shirt off, put it on top, put pressure on it.
Okay.
I've had my brothers die in my arms because they got shot and I didn't put pressure on it. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't put pressure fast enough. So like,
that's rough. That's rough, brother. That's rough.
Man, just please save my sister, bro.
Okay.
Despite life-saving efforts, Aaliyah Culbertson was later pronounced dead after succumbing to her injuries. Officers finish gathering details and try to paint a picture of what allegedly happened while waiting for detectives to arrive.
So is this a DV thing or no?
No, this was two girls, two friends, and the video is unbelievable.
Where's the video?
On his cell phone. It's his sister, not biological sister, one of his best friends.
That went to the hospital. She was transported. Okay.
So they're all standing out here arguing, and he's sitting there, your typical street fight video, and everyone's like, punch her, blah, blah, blah. And he's standing from me to you away, videotaping it. And all of a sudden they start swinging at each other. Well, one girl, suspect, had something in her hand and got her right in the throat. But yeah, his video is perfect.
It's not long until the stabbing suspect gets a knock at her door and realizes she's not getting away from this so easily.
Do you have anything sharp on you? Anything I need to know about?
Just my views in my pocket.
Just what?
My views in my
Okay.
pocket.
I'm gonna need to hold your view. Okay. And like I said, when you get this back, you'll have this back too. Okay. All right. Come on this way. Open there for me.
Radio to car 60. I'm going to need you to start to 231 Pen Oak Court.
Next, Brianna is taken to an interrogation room where detectives have a few questions for her.
All right. So just kind of, I guess, start from just where you were at earlier tonight, who you were with, kind of what you were doing, sort of stuff.
Okay, well, me and my friend left my house, I would say around like 8:45, and we were hanging out all night. And
He come pick you up?
Mm-hmm. And we went to the carryout at the square.
Mm-hmm. So they were 161?
Mm-hmm. To get drinks and stuff.
Why did you guys choose that one? That's not real close to Westerville.
We always go there. That's just the spot we've gone for years. And we walk in, and I'm grabbing my drinks and stuff, and I hear two girls' voices, the ones that don't like me. And I ignore it. I'm on the phone with my brother. I have my brother on the phone and beside me. We grab our drinks and walk up to check out, and they see me, and they just start running their mouth. Them.
Who were the girls?
It was Aaliyah Culbertson, and I don't know who the dude was.
Okay.
But he was definitely the loudest. But they just kept instigating, trying to get me to fight them, and I was like, you're not worth it. You're not worth it, I'm done, I'm not doing it. And even the guy working had told them to get out. And then they said they were gonna wait for me outside.
What does this all stem from? Like, What's the animosity?
Halia used to be a really good friend of mine, and then I found out a lot that like she's just a really bad person. So I stopped being friends with her, and my friend stopped talking to her. And then after that, she pretty much just went crazy, like saying she was gonna kill us and slash his tires and do all these things, and like she does to most people. There's a few people out there that she's done that to.
Slash your tires and that?
I don't know specifically if she has actually slashed someone's tires, but she threatens a lot of people to kill them. And so, the guy working at the smoke shop, we were checking out, he checked us out, and then he was like, wait, I'm gonna make sure they leave. So he walks out, and it looks like he's just standing there. So I think he told them to leave, and then when we walk out, they were by a Jeep. I think it was a silver Jeep. And they're screaming at me, and then the dude tells Halia to run up on me, and she's walking up, and I keep telling her, I'm not fighting you, back up. I said, you're not worth it. I keep telling her to back up, and I get my knife out in my hand, and I'm holding it. I said, back up, and she attacks me. She first slapped me. She was pushing me. Well, before that, Yad was trying to like push her away from me, but the other guy was yelling at him not to touch her or else he was going to do something to him. And I just kept backing up, and then she just attacked me, and I don't know what exactly happened, but I went like this, and then she dragged me by my hair on the ground, and like there was just blood in my eyes. I couldn't see anything, but I don't think I hit her or anything, because I was on the ground getting blood out of my eyes. I had no idea what was going on. I was just in shock at that point.
Did you catch that? Brianna tells detectives she and Aaliyah were once, quote, really good friends before the fatal incident. Let's continue.
Well, you think it was just Aaliyah?
I don't know. She was really amped up, and I have no idea why. With me even saying, I'm not fighting you, I'm not fighting you, she was just amped up, and they were instigating.
So then, before any blows, like any hitting or anything like that, you pull the knife out and hold it to your side, right?
Yeah, I was backing up away from her.
Was it open or shut?
Open.
Okay. Is it a knife you have to, we haven't seen the knives, is it a knife you, has a sheath, or is it like a pocket knife, or?
It's like a pocket knife.
It's like folds? Okay, so then once you pulled it out, you open it up immediately?
No, it wasn't immediate.
Okay.
But I had it there, and then when she kept getting closer, that's when I opened it.
Okay. Do you remember swinging the knife at her?
Not really.
You
it all happened like really fast.
Yeah. Now, do you remember? Did you swing the knife at her as you were backing up or going forward?
I think I was backing up because I was trying to put. I think I was putting space in between us by doing that.
It all happened pretty quick.
Yes.
Brianna admits to holding the knife, but says she doesn't remember striking the victim. Next, detectives have some questions about that missing evidence.
The last time I saw Halia at the smoke shop, I was with her, and that was probably 4 or 5 months ago, maybe, or whatever October was. I think that's when we stopped being friends, was in October or September. And then I've never seen her before. I heard she went there, but I never saw her.
It's kind of like a hangout type place.
No, I don't usually hang out there. I don't know. They were there for a while, I think, because they were just standing there talking when we walked in. Yeah, we just went in to get drinks, and because we were about to head back to my house.
And then afterwards, what all happened with you?
I called my mom on the way home. Well, my brother was on the phone, so he was already in his truck. He was going to head to me because he was worried. And I told him just to head home because I was going to head home. I called my mom, told her what happened. I got home and explained it better to them. And I showered. And I just was in my room.
What did you do with the clothes and the knife?
The clothes, I threw them on the ground. I think my brother put them downstairs in the laundry room. And the knife, I don't remember who I handed it to. I just wanted it all away from me, so.
You don't know what happened to all this stuff?
Yeah, I don't know where they put it or anything. I don't.
But you took it into the house?
Mm-hmm.
So during the fight, or when she was hitting you, what happened with the knife during that time?
It had dropped on the ground.
Okay.
And it was no longer in my hand.
Okay. And then did you pick the knife up after they went
And
back to
she
the
finally
car?
let go of me. I think I left the stuff on the ground.
Oh, the stuff from the store?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know she had been cut at that point?
I didn't know if it was me or her because they were yelling, saying that they were laughing, saying that she made me bleed. So I was like, maybe there's a cut on me. But then I was looking all over myself when we got in the car. I was like, I don't think it's me. Because she was just kept hitting. I couldn't see anything because my hair was just everywhere.
Hair was in your face and all that? But then you realized that if it wasn't you, it had to have been her.
Mm-hmm.
Once you were in the car.
Yeah, because as soon as we got in the car, we left. We didn't
Drove
want
out there, yeah.
Wanted no part of it anymore.
Did you call the police at all?
No, I didn't know what to do. I thought police would come to my house, like, fast. And then when they didn't, I just went to bed.
Prosecutors later revealed the knife was allegedly found in a crawl space at Brianna's home, along with the shoes she was wearing. Next, detectives break the unfortunate news to the suspect.
Just so that you know, Talia was taken to the hospital, and that's where she died. She didn't survive her injuries. So with all the people that we interviewed and the video that we recovered, we're charging you with murder.
No sort of self-defense or anything?
Essentially, it'll be up to the prosecutor's office. We'll present the case to them, and then if they decided that they want us to present to the grand jury, we'll present to the grand jury. If you get indicted for it, then it'll go to trial, it'll go to court, and then you'll be able to present a self-defense claim at that point. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions for me at this time? Do you want me to call your mom right now, or do you want to call her? You'll get a call when you get to the county jail.
I'm not going home.
No, you're going to jail. Because we're charging you with the murder.
Brianna was charged with murder before officers arrived to take her to the county jail.
You stand up for me? Face the wall. Put your palms together like this. There you go. Lift your hands off your back a little bit.
Can't get anywhere else. I'm not going to second.
That's the problem.
I'm not going third.
So we're gonna run downstairs, get your picture taken, and then head down to Jackson Pike, okay? I don't know if that's going to the right.
More than a year later, Brianna makes an important decision.
Stand up for me, please. So I have in the computer a 3-page entry of guilty plea form. The document looks like you signed it and your lawyer signed it. Did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. In signing it, you're telling me you want to admit to a felony 3 crime called involuntary manslaughter. When you plead guilty, it is a complete admission you're guilty. You're going to be convicted today and you're going to be sentenced on July the 11th. It'll be on your record. It's a non-expungible offense. It carries up to 3 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand the nature of the charge to which you're pleading guilty and what the maximum penalties are?
Yes, Your Honor.
After over a year of litigation, Brianna ultimately accepted a deal and pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter. She was sentenced to 3 years behind bars with the possibility of early release.
Where do you think your child is now? Any idea?
I have no idea. He told me to take him somewhere and drop him off.
To get rid of him?
Yes.
And what is your text going to say when I see that?
I dropped the kids off.
And what about the boy being dead?
I said he might be dead.
It's February 28th, 2021 in Middletown, Ohio, where the only thing more chilling than the weather is about to be revealed in one woman's shocking interview.
Is you have to be 100% honest with me with everything, okay? Because we don't have this, we're missing a 6-year-old little boy, and we're trying to figure out where he's at. I got to make sure he's safe, okay? So, you know, your cooperation goes a long, long way, okay? But you have to be honest with me with everything, no matter what the circumstances are, okay? So, you can remove your mask if you would, if you don't care. Do you care to take off your mask? Okay.
As long as you don't have COVID.
I don't. Do you?
No.
Then we're good. Okay. So, what happened? What time did you guys go to bed last night?
Well, the kids go to bed at 9.
Okay.
And we normally go to bed at 10. Last time I knew, I told them all it was 9 o'clock, time for bed. So they all went upstairs to their rooms. And I went upstairs a little bit later to see if they were asleep.
Sure.
And they were all asleep. So then that's when I came down, waited a couple minutes just to see if they might have come downstairs or something. And then I went to bed. Well, he woke me up, and because he went looking around first, he said he had come in there several times before to try to wake me up. And he said I didn't respond to any time. So he just went outside and looked around, went through all the rooms, the closets, and all that, and he couldn't find them anywhere. So then the next thing he thought to do was just go around a couple blocks, see if he might be close by.
Did he walk there, or did he drive there, or what did he do for that part?
He drove around.
Okay.
But he came back and woke me up, and he was like, "You know James is gone?" I was like, "What?" And I was like, "No, I thought he was upstairs asleep."
Police identify the woman seen here as 29-year-old Brittany Gosney, who came to police with her 42-year-old boyfriend James Hamilton to report her 6-year-old son, also coincidentally named James, had gone missing.
Where do you think your child is now? Any idea?
I have no idea.
Brittany, a mom of 3, tells the detective her son was just not there when the couple woke up. But detectives aren't exactly buying that story.
Well, I'm a little confused that the baby's been missing since 4:30ish, we'll say. Okay? And we don't get the call till after 10 a.m. That's peculiar to me. You understand why? Do you see that?
Because it's a lot of hours.
That's a lot of hours. You're missing a 6-year-old or first grader, and the police aren't called. So obviously that draws suspicion. Okay?
Right.
The detective reads Brittany her Miranda rights, while another investigator checks in with her boyfriend, James. Let's see what he has to say.
I went upstairs to check on the kids like I do just about every time I get up in the middle of the night.
Sure.
And I went through the rooms, noticed the boy, James, was gone. I went down, I got look in the front door, it was locked. I looked at the back side door, it's unlocked.
So, at what point did you wake up the kids or Brittany to make sure they didn't know where little James was?
Well, it was around about 8:30 this morning. I woke back up, woke up with everybody, and we all went looking again, and then we couldn't find them nowhere. We came here.
Sure.
I mean, this was our last resort.
Right.
James tells a similar story, saying the 6-year-old simply disappeared in the night.
What's your gut feeling of what you think happened to little James?
I don't know. I'm hoping he's somewhere there in the neighborhood hiding.
Does he have any friends that he hangs out with?
None I'm aware of.
Does he have any of the parks that he likes to go to?
Any parts. I mean, he says a swing, anything will be on it. I mean, so, any kid. I take them places, do things with them, but if they're bad, I don't reward their behavior.
Back with Brittany, detectives point out some differences in the couple's stories.
I'm getting a story that is totally different than what you've told me, and I don't know why James is telling me that, but that's what he's telling me. Okay, that's part of what he's telling me. Okay, he's wanting into more detail than that. Okay, but I'm not going to share that with you. I need to know what happened last night with your boy, your 6-year-old. Or early this morning. In the middle of the night. Whatever.
I know he said that he had a nightmare.
The 6-year-old?
Yeah, but I didn't carry him downstairs or anything.
Okay, who carried him down the steps?
He walked down the steps.
He walked down the steps in the middle of the night? About what time was that?
I couldn't tell you. I didn't pay attention to time.
But it was in the middle of the night?
Yeah, I was more worried about what was wrong with him.
What does that mean?
Like what?
Why he was downstairs?
Why was he downstairs? Why was he awake? What was bothering him? Did he feel sick? Or he had to use the bathroom?
Okay, so he's downstairs, and what does he say to you?
We had a nightmare. He come in there and said, "Mommy," I don't know how many times he's probably said my name. I'm a deep sleeper.
Okay.
But I was rolling over and I heard, "Mommy, Mommy." At first I thought I was just hearing things, and then something told me to, like, maybe I'm not hearing things. So I opened my eyes and he said, "Mommy, we had a nightmare." Or, "Mommy, we see a shadow." I was like, "What shadow?" He said, "I don't know, they're white." I was like, he's like, "Do you know what it is?" I said, "I don't know." And then he said he couldn't really sleep. Couldn't tell me what he was dreaming about or his nightmare was. He was scared.
Brittany's initial claims start to unravel before detectives continue digging in.
So why didn't you tell me all this before when we were talking? Why didn't you tell me all this story before? Because I just asked you if you remember going upstairs originally when I came in, because that's what I'm being told. And you didn't remember any of that. Now all of a sudden you're remembering detail about him being
I have
scared.
a bad problem with memory issues. I couldn't tell you if I can't remember day to day.
Okay. You're still not lying. You're lying to me about some stuff. So, did you grow up in church or anything, in the faith? Christian faith?
I remember when I was a little kid that my grandma used to take me to church all the time.
Right. Well, I suspect something accidentally happened, okay? Because you are all over the place with your stories, okay? For whatever reason, you're scared and you're not telling me the whole truth, okay? And I understand you being scared. I know you don't know me, okay? But I'm the most honest person that you're ever going to talk to, okay? I'm telling you, it's in your best interest to tell me the entire truth.
Moments later, Brittany offers up a confession that changes everything.
James told me to get rid of the kids.
Okay.
And so I took them for a drive to make them think I want to get rid of them, but I'm not going to get rid of my kids for anybody on this planet. And he told me to get rid of them because they were not listening. He was tired of putting up with it. And I kept telling him, like, I'm not going to get rid of me after kids. Like, I can take them, give you a break, and for me and them for a little while, take them for a drive, whatever, but I'm not getting rid of them. They're my kids. I will not do that.
Okay.
And I said if I wanted to do that, I would have gave them up a long time ago. But he kept telling me, either get these kids under control or get rid of them or do something with them. So I tried asking family members to...
So what happened last night? Let's fast forward to that.
We went for a drive. I don't know what road it was.
Okay.
We were just driving around. Well, the kids were going to the bathroom. I had pulled over to this, a little booth.
In Middletown?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little stall or something. A bathroom. I pulled over to the bathroom and let them all use the bathroom. While it was raining and stuff, I left the door unlocked in the van and told them, we'll all go in here, not all of us at once, but each one of us go in here one at a time, use the bathroom. So we went in the bathroom. Well, I couldn't go in there, but when I went to go in the bathroom, I told them to go ahead and just get in the van. Well, James had slipped and fell because his shoes were wet, slippery, and he had hit his head. And
did it kill him? Is that what you're telling me? Did the fall hurt him?
Well, I asked him if he was okay. He wasn't answering me. So I noticed he was breathing kind of heavy. And I thought maybe that's not normal. I've never seen him breathe like that before. Well, he was breathing. I don't know how long he was breathing for, but he had fell and busted his head on the side of the van and trying to get in there. And he was breathing heavy for a couple minutes, and then I tried to do CPR. I couldn't get him.
So he stopped breathing. And where's his body at? You're doing good, okay? Just tell me where his body's at, so I gotta go find him. For you, okay? This is called closure now, okay? Where's his body at? Would you take it back home with you?
No, I left it.
You left it? So who's all in the car with you?
All of us.
James, you...
Yes, we always know
then
how
the
to
three
go
children.
out as a family.
So all 5 of you?
Yes.
All right. And what park was this, or where was this at in Middletown? Because it would make sense to put, to me...
It was...
Did you put him in a dumpster? Did you just let him lay right there? Was he buried? I mean, that's what I need to know.
I didn't do nothing with him. I just let them lay in the parking lot because it was a plain parking lot. There was, I believe, like water over here or something. And there was one little stall, and I let them just lay on the ground.
You heard that right. Brittany decides to come sort of clean to detectives, revealing the child died while she was allegedly trying to, quote, get rid of the kids at the request of her boyfriend, the same boyfriend who allegedly just made a confession of his own.
All right. So, James has told me that body was dumped off the bridge, okay? That you guys went together to do that this morning, okay? Is it the Ohio River? Is that what we're talking about, or where?
It's between Indiana and Kentucky.
Between Indiana and Kentucky?
I don't really know my ways about.
Okay. Was the body wrapped in anything? Or did you just have clothes on him, or what?
He had clothes on.
The detective reveals that James allegedly said they had worked together to dump the child's body off a bridge into the Ohio River.
So what did you do then?
I drove home.
You picked him up, put him in the van?
Yes.
Okay.
He thought I just threw.
Right.
I can't do that to my kid.
Sure.
I don't want to just throw him in there.
Right. With the other
I've
two
never
kids
seen a
said
dead
you-
body before or know how it looks, feels, nothing. So I just kind of like a baby, pick him up, his head and his legs, and sit him in the have you been in the van yet?
I mean, I've seen
Okay.
it.
Well, it has
seats.
the back seat.
Right.
And you got that empty spot
Yes.
right here, and then the two front seats. Well, I had laid him nicely, softly. I didn't just throw him in there, because that's just disrespectful.
Right.
And that's my blood child.
Right. But whenever you left, your
I didn't know.
initial intentions were to leave them. That's why you went there to begin with. And you were going to leave them and come back to Middletown. Is that what?
No, I was going to leave them and act like I was going to leave them, but I was going to tell him that I left them. And in reality, I didn't.
What were you going to do with them?
I wasn't going to do anything with them, to be honest.
Well, if you took them...
I took them to there because he told me to take them somewhere and drop them off.
To get rid of them?
Yes.
Forever?
So I couldn't get rid of my kids.
So you bring the kid back, you carry the kid in, and then what happened? Where do you put the kid? Where do you put James?
I just laid him on when you walk in the door, that room right there, on the floor.
The front, when you walk in the front door?
Yes, the front room.
So the living room
where
and
the
the couch?
is, yes.
You laid him
I
there?
laid him on the floor,
Okay.
the bare floor,
Mm-hmm.
and he took him upstairs
James took him upstairs.
and put him in the bedroom.
Brittany's story drastically changes, but detectives suspect they don't have the entire truth yet and bring her in again for more questioning.
You initially told me that your boyfriend, all five of you went up there. Do you remember telling me that? Okay. Did all five of you go up there?
No, it was just me and three kids.
You and the three kids. Okay. So at no time he wasn't up there for that. But you had called him, is what you told me, and told him what had happened.
No, I had texted him. He had called me.
Okay, you texted him. And what is your text going to say when I see that?
I dropped the kids off.
And what about the boy being dead?
I said he might be dead.
Right. I think it's probably going to give me a little bit more than that, but that's best you can remember? Okay. I think something more happened up there than him falling down. He didn't just fall down. Okay, can we agree on that?
I didn't run him over. I know that for a fact. I did not run him over.
Okay.
Brittany continues to deny hitting the 6-year-old with a van, but soon enough, investigators get to the bottom of what may have happened.
You think maybe you drug him, not knowing you drug him?
I might have. I honestly don't know. But when I look back, I didn't see him having a handle.
But you did tell me you saw him. He was on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, so
when I glanced back, I thought he was just sitting there on the ground. But my daughter said, "No, Mom, you went around him, and you didn't run him over."
Why would she say that at age 8? I mean, what brings you to her mind?
Because
Did you ask her?
I asked her, "Did you see what happened?" Because I was kind of shook up, confused.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she was standing right there. I seen her standing right there. And she said, "No, Mom, you didn't run him over." She She said you might have accidentally drugged him, not knowing.
So now she's saying that you accidentally drug him?
Yeah. But honestly, I wasn't taking him there to be mean to him, hurt him, harm him anyway.
Well, leaving them out by themselves is harming them, technically, right? Can we agree to that?
Yes.
All right. We also need to agree on this, is that more happened than what you're telling me, because I just brought up to you dragging him. You've never brought that up before, and now your daughter's telling you that, well, Mom, I think you probably drug him. So I'm trying not to get pissed off at you, okay? But you're me, okay? And that's not going to be good for you. Meaning that, you're yourself over by not telling me the whole truth here. You know what the happened to your boy. I know you know, okay? Tell me what happened to your boy. You did what you did, it's done and over. It's done. Look at me, hon. It's done and over.
It feels like you guys are not believing me.
I don't believe you. You're lying. You're not telling me the whole truth. You've told me partial
Well, go
truth.
get that whatever test.
No. I want you're going to get through we're going to get through this together.
Well, I didn't hurt my son.
Okay, you did because he's not alive, hon. He's dead. Okay? So
now Brittany decides it's time to really come clean to investigators when she reveals even more disturbing details.
You know he probably had to handle.
Yeah.
Okay, and did you run over him with the car?
No.
By accident?
No.
Did the tire go over his head? Go over his body?
No.
All right. So you're saying that you think that he may have had to handle it as you drove off, he fell?
Yeah.
Okay. But you know really what happened?
No, I know for a fact he had that handle.
Okay, so he was holding the handle?
Yeah, because he was kept trying to get back in there.
And you drive off?
Yeah.
How far did you drag him?
I went to as you go out, not all the way out, but as you go
towards
head
the drive,
out.
right?
And that's as far as I got, but I didn't hear no noises, as I was saying.
Right.
And
so is that when he fell off the door? Once you got out that way?
Yeah.
All right, so how far do you think you drug him for?
Well, I had dragged him from where we were sitting, parked, and he had a handle. I didn't realize it, and I just drove on.
You just told me you saw that he had the handle, so you did realize it.
Yeah, he had a handle because he.
So you did realize it. Don't minimize what you're saying, hon. You're doing really good, and you keep minimizing this. Just take responsibility for it. Okay. That's what's going to help you. You got to take responsibility for this. So you tell me now that you don't know if you had the handle, but you just told me.
He had a handle trying to get in the van.
And you drove off?
Yes.
How fast were you going? Don't say 10 miles an hour, because I wasn't 10 miles an hour.
I was in a hurry to get out of there.
So you sped off. Okay. How far do you think you drug him?
Well, where I showed you he was laying at is where he was laying at.
Okay.
When I went back to get him. So I don't know if he maybe got up and tried to move around or anything. But I do know he eventually let go of the handle.
Okay. You didn't hear him drop?
I had the music on.
Okay. So how loud is the music? Pretty loud?
Yeah.
Well,
it was not pretty loud. It was like maybe 15. Or like 15. I don't know.
I know what you mean. So once you drag him, you see him fall off, and then how far do you drive after that? Is that when you drove out towards the road?
Yes.
Okay. And you were gone at least 20 minutes?
It could have been, it probably was longer because I went all the way till I got to the one part where you can only go like this. And then I just turned back around and went back and get him.
Brittany now admits to driving at least 20 minutes away from the scene before turning back around. Next, detectives want to know more about the pair's alleged plan to dump the body.
So this morning, is it true that you dumped the body this morning?
Yes.
That's true?
Yes.
And where you showed us, is that the true spot?
Yes.
And who was driving?
He was.
Okay.
Because I don't know my
So you're
roundabout.
saying you stopped in the middle of that bridge where you showed us.
Yes.
And
before we stopped, we was, like I told you, we was a little bit down the road, but prior to that we had stopped so he can tie a brick or something.
you tied a brick to him?
Brick and a rope, that's what he said. I don't know for sure.
Okay. You know the difference in a brick and a cinder block?
It was like a whole brick, but he put holes in the rock, I'm guessing.
Okay.
It's something like a cinder block.
Okay, so you know what a cinder block is?
Yes, it's got 2 holes in it, right?
Yes.
And he put, I don't know how many holes in it, but he said he put a hole in it.
All right, so what did
I didn't go and examine them.
What did he tie him up with? A rope?
It was a red rope with different colors on it.
Right.
And he said, I'll pick a river, and we just tossed him in there.
So what made him pick that particular spot?
Well, he said that one, or there's one in Cincinnati. And he said, well, he had asked me which river I think he should jump it in. I hesitated for a minute because I honestly didn't know what to even say. And I told him the Kentucky, Indiana, because he was rattling them off because I don't know rivers. And I told him the first, he said that one last. And I told him the last one. So, I went and lost track.
That's all right. What part of the body did he tie the rope and the cinder block onto?
He put it, like he's laying like this. He put it like here.
The block?
Yeah.
Okay.
He put it here and just like wrapped the rope around.
Like his torso?
Yeah.
Like his waist?
And it kind of looked like, when I glanced back, it looked like it was like all the way down to here also. Like it went from maybe like his middle of his chest down.
Okay. So you guys get out to the bridge and this block is around him. You stop in the middle of the bridge. Who gets out of the car?
He said, well, at first I wasn't going to help him. And he's like, now, you know you're going to have to help me.
Right.
And because he's a little too heavy with the the center block and his body weight. So he was driving, he went in between the 2 seats, went back there, grabbed his upper half, and told me to grab his legs. And then we just tossed him over.
Did you get out of the van to do that, or was the sliding door open?
I got out of the van.
Right.
And I opened the sliding door because he told me to open the door. So that's what I did. And he told me to just grab his feet.
And you grabbed his feet?
Yeah.
And then he got out of the van, or did he just...
He got out of the van too.
And you both...
Just basically tossed him.
Tossed the child over?
We was like this.
Right.
He had the top half and I had the bottom half, and we just tossed it over.
Okay.
Brittany was sentenced to 21 years to life in prison after pleading guilty to murder and child endangerment charges. Her boyfriend, James, was sentenced to 15 to 19 years in prison after pleading guilty to multiple charges, including kidnapping, gross abuse of a corpse, and child endangerment.
A former high school wrestling coach is going to prison for the sexual assault of a cheerleader. I have the latest on the case of Matt Huck out of Ohio and disturbing new details about the crimes. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Matt Huck was once a trusted high school wrestling coach in Gallia County, Ohio. This is a small community in Southeast Ohio, and for years, the community had a secret. Prosecutors say Matt Huck and his wife, Paige Huck, were taking advantage of their positions at River Valley High School and their access to teenagers to have sex with them. This went on for years, for more than a decade. One of the special prosecutors in the case is going to join me here very shortly to talk about this plea agreement that Matt Huck agreed to and the case. He's going to share new details that are going to make your head absolutely spin. But just a quick recap on how we got to this point. Matt Huck was a wrestling coach and agriculture teacher in Gallia County until the beginning of the 2023-2024 school year. His now ex-wife, Paige Huck, was a substitute teacher and cheerleading coach at River Valley High School until she was permanently banned from school grounds in 2019. A federal civil lawsuit filed against the Hucks and Gallia County schools claimed school officials knew Paige Huck had sex with wrestlers that her husband coached and simply looked the other way. The suit claims in January of 2003, on an out-of-town wrestling trip, the Hucks watched porn with the wrestlers in a hotel room. Then later that year, in November, the Hucks are accused of hosting a lock-in where they played pornography for the wrestlers, cheerleaders, and football players. The suit says that Paige Huck engaged in sexual intercourse with numerous male students. Male students stood in a line and took turns having sex with Paige Huck in the bedroom, while Coach Huck stood next to them and watched the sexual activity. Paige Huck having sex with students and Coach Huck watching all of this. Principal Jacobs simply said he would look into it. Now, after the cheerleaders made this report, the suit claims that they were bullied and harassed. The lawsuit states the report to Principal Jacobs is not even noted in the personnel files of Paige Huck or Coach Huck. In court documents, the Gallia County School District has acknowledged that there is no note in the personnel files. The lawsuit also included an allegation made against Matt Huck. In 2004, plaintiff Jane Doe 1 was sexually assaulted by Coach Huck. This abuse occurred when plaintiff was a 16-year-old high school cheerleader. The abuse took place with the assistance and knowledge of his then-wife, Paige Huck. Now, lawyers for the Gallia County School District deny in court documents that the school board was aware of any allegation of misconduct by the Hucks. The district had previously released a statement to the Columbus Dispatch saying the district was sickened by the allegations. All children in our community have the right to be safe from predatory behavior. Gallia County families entrust us with the responsibility of educating and protecting their children, and the safety and well-being of our students is our highest priority. When prosecutors learned of the allegations made against Paige Huck, they filed criminal charges, and after that, a woman came forward who claimed that Matt Huck sexually assaulted her when she was a high school cheerleader. Last year, Paige Huck pleaded guilty to sexual battery and unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison and agreed to testify against her now ex-husband. Paige Huck is now serving that prison sentence. Then Matt Huck entered into an Alford plea to 1 count of unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. An Alford plea is a type of plea that lets Huck maintain his innocence while acknowledging there is enough evidence out there that he would likely be convicted of a crime. So I want to bring in the special prosecutor on this case. He is Mark Weaver, and we've talked with him before about it. So Mark, tell me a little bit about why you all decided that 6 years in prison was a reasonable sentence for Matthew Huck. His wife, Paige, who was going to testify against her ex-husband, got 10 years.
As a prosecutor, I like to see maximum sentences. That's always my preference. But we talked with the victims, and I have to account for their concerns as well. Had we gone to trial, these people would have to recall details from 17, 18, 19, 20 years ago, subject themselves to cross-examination, and have the possibility of a hung jury or even an acquittal. And even if we got a conviction in a trial, there could be years of appeals, which could lead to new trials. And so in talking with the victims, everyone agreed that some certainty, some prison time, and making sure that both of the Hucks are registered sex offenders essentially for the rest of their lives took a greater priority for us than rolling the dice, going to trial, and hoping that we get acquittals and long sentences. I'm sorry, convictions and long sentences. The fear is you get an acquittal and no sentence. We'd like to get a conviction and longer sentences, but there's a little bit of risk and a gamble in there.
Now, Matt Huck What was interesting about this was the fact that you had charged his wife, Paige, his ex-wife now, I should say, Paige Huck, and then the accuser, the victim, in his case, you didn't really have anything on him until she came forward after his ex-wife was charged.
You have a good memory for this case. We charged the wife with her multiple sexual encounters with teens, some as young as 13, at least one as young as 13, others 14 and 15. And then a brave young woman, initials BL, came forward and reported that she had been a cheerleader at an inappropriate co-ed sleepover at the Huck household. And while she was sleeping on the floor, Matt Huck assaulted her sexually. But for her coming forward, we wouldn't have had that more serious charge on Matthew Huck. And that changed the entire direction of this case.
He entered into a plea deal that was an Alford plea. This wasn't like Matt Huck walked into court and said, "Oh, you got me. I'm guilty. I did it. Send me to prison," even though he did basically have to agree to go to prison. But for members of the public who don't understand what that is, lay that out for us, because I've covered some cases, probably a handful in my career, where a defendant entered into what's called an Alford plea.
It's an unusual plea. The United States Supreme Court, in the case of North Carolina versus Alford, said that a defendant who is willing to acknowledge that the evidence against him is strong and that he's very likely to be convicted is able to offer up that, if you will, owning up to the fact that it's going to happen, offer up that reality, rather than say, "I plead guilty." When a defendant pleads guilty, a judge will often say, "Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty or because you just want to get this over with?" And the judge expects the defendant to say, "I am pleading guilty because I'm guilty." Matt Huck was not ready to do that, even though we had the evidence that I think could have convicted him. He was unwilling to own up to his own behavior. He remained silent in court other than answering the judge's questions, offered no statement. Unlike his ex-wife, Paige, who admitted to it to investigators and admitted it to the judge, apologized for it, said it was the biggest mistake in her life, and she was hoping to change her life.
Paige Huck was set to testify against Matt Huck. So she had some incriminating, what you believed was some information that would, inculpate him in these crimes. She had incriminating information on her ex-husband. So you could have taken this to trial.
I could have. Now, they would have tried to argue marital privilege, which is
right.
An evidentiary privilege. We had some good cases that would have maybe won on that, but it's a roll of the dice. Here's a fact that nobody else has known, and your viewers will be the first to hear it. I couldn't talk about it before the case was over because of ethical rules. But one of the things that would have come out at trial was that while Paige Huck was having a threesome with two teenage boys, in the midst of the act, her husband was texting her and asking her about it and asking her to describe what was happening at that moment. So without getting into too graphic details, let's just say she was rather busy in that moment trying to achieve all of those tasks at once.
So while this threesome was going on, she's also has the presence of mind and has her cell phone with her and is texting her husband.
One of the boys said there was a text exchange. I don't think it was a long text exchange where Matt Huck essentially said, "What are you doing right now?" And I'm not going to use the actual vulgar words that she described, but she described the sexual activity that was happening with these two boys. And then his response was something along the lines of, "That's hot. Don't get caught." So this would have been a key. Now, we didn't have the text because this happened, remember, 16, 17 years ago, so there was no law enforcement to go grab those texts. But one of the boys involved, who's now a man, would have testified that that's precisely what he saw during this sexual activity. There was a threesome with two teenage boys.
Oh, gross. So, a lot of people, and I was a little stunned when I read it, will say, well, Paige owned up to it. She said, even though she was having sex with all these teenage boys, which is, because they were welcomed into the home as, they were wrestlers or whatever that Matt Huck was coaching. So they will say, well, she owned up to it. She knew she was caught. She owned up to it. She said it was a big mistake. You gave her 10 years and she was going to testify. This guy comes in and says, well, I'll do an Alford plea, and he gets 6. And he was involved, as you said he was. So how do you square that?
Yeah, in every case, I want maximum sentences for the people who break the law. That's always my preference. But I have to weigh other things. So the first thing I have to weigh is I don't have any physical evidence from 18 years ago to make my case. I just have the testimony and the memories of my victims. Number 2 is there's that potential marital privilege argument that the defendant would have raised. And number 3, I never know what a judge is going to do if we get a conviction. You just can't predict that. So the victims were completely fine with both of these sentences. Let's remember, Paige Huck is the one who over and over again had sex with these boys. Matt Huck didn't. He was complicit. He was a co-conspirator. But in her case, she was the one alone. He wasn't putting a gun to her head. He was often at work while this happened, repeatedly having sex with teenage boys who were wrestlers on this man's team. And so I think she deserved a longer sentence. The victims agreed, and under Ohio law, we have to, it's the right thing, but we have to take into account victims' considerations when we make negotiated plea offers.
And now, in a separate matter, there's still the civil suit. So we'll have to see how this plea agreement plays into that. I'm assuming, that bolsters the civil case.
Yeah, I'm not involved in that lawsuit.
Right.
My work and that of David Kelly, who was my co-special prosecutor in this matter, our work is done. The Huck matters are closed. There will be no appeals. That's why we get true closure for these victims. Any appeal would be dismissed very quickly because Matthew Huck agreed to this entire process and it was all done fairly by the judge. So if there's going to be a civil lawsuit, that'll be between the private attorney for the victims and the people they're suing. But our work as special prosecutors is done.
Did Matt Huck say anything at sentencing?
No, the judge gave him an opportunity. I spoke. I handed up a letter from the victim, BL, about what this sentence means to her, so the judge could read that. And the judge gave the defendant, as is his right, an opportunity to talk, and he said nothing. He had some supporters in the courtroom, including his new wife. He got married a few weeks ago, apparently. I found that out when I got to the sentencing. So there were some people cheering him on, and not loudly, but encouraging him afterwards. But he did not offer up any apology, which should have been made, acceptance of responsibility, which should have been made, or even that he did anything wrong. And so he's going to do 6 years. I suppose he'll try to say that he's, isn't guilty for some reason, but he'll do 6 years and he'll be a registered sex offender until he's 80 years old.
Wow. Well, that is not a fun way to live. Mark Weaver, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Always good to be with you. Thank you.
And just a quick update on that civil lawsuit that the Hucks are facing and that was filed against Gallia County Schools. It is scheduled for mediation.